Games are a big part of my life. With my disability, it was one of the only things I could do for enjoyment. So gaming has really opened up that door for me, and it helps connect you to other people in this world.
I can't do a lot by myself, but I can play video games on my own, which gives me a good sense of independence and achievement.
It's just a release from the monotony of the day. If you're not feeling well or you're uncomfortable, it takes your mind off it and gives me something to look forward to.
As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. It creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone.
SpecialEffect are bringing families and friends closer together through video games. The setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And this opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create many more magical gaming moments.
Morning everybody. Is everything working? Looks like I'm looking at volumes and I can see me, I can see the camera working, I can see the game working, and I can, hopefully you can all hear me. Also, Rob Powell, first donation of the day, taking us to all the twos. Choo 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 choo. Superb. Right, okay, let's get going. Oh dear. Right, I'm still not feeling 100%. I had a good night's sleep, but I went out for a walk this morning, you know, to purchase coffee, obviously, and we'll see. That did give an improvement of sorts. So we'll take it with it. We'll see how things go. All right, BR111 on Salzburg Rosenheim, and I am running 79007. And we will give it the usual bit of cloud, bit of wind, and a bit of the old fog. Put some volume in the atmosphere. I'm tempted to make it to where the default is a little bit of fog. It just improves the visuals. Yeah, nice one, Rob. Much appreciated. It's all going to a good cause, as you say. So we're here today, just for everybody who is who's joining us. We're here raising money for SpecialEffect. They help everybody access video games. It's a brilliant charity. It's one I've supported for quite a few years now, with the streams. So yeah, do if you're able to, obviously, not otherwise. If you're able to, it would be great if you can support. Otherwise than that, just being here is great. Remember, hit that like button. It helps give the stream visibility on YouTube's algorithm. And now I'm going to shut up for a little bit until I don't shut up anymore. Right. Right. Brakes. Charge. What we got in here? Train line power is on. Train lights on. Wheel slip, brake release. Signal lights are normal. Instrument master lights are on. Cab lights are off. Okay. I just got to remember how to drive this BR111 now. The other partner that, the other charity that Dovetail is working with is Calm, and we've got some of Calm's posters in the Riviera line, and we've been adding their posters for a little while now. So you see their stuff around inside the game. That's the reason it's there. Another really great charity. Campaign against living miserably. It's kind of like SpecialEffect and Calm all sort of talk to, you know, those that positivity and trying to make find ways to sort of see positive and you know, gaming is a way to get out of the doldrums, if you like, and so the kind of both charities work towards that. Oh, you're doing Calm, are you, Rob, in a month? Awesome. Okay, everyone go and subscribe to Rob. He's doing Calm's charity stream next month. Make sure Alex pushes out details of that, Rob, yeah, once you've got them finalised. Right. And we're off. Do we have lights on the front? I think we do. We don't think we do. I can't actually work out from that whether we've got lights on the front or not. That looks like white and red. Where are the headlights on this thing? battery. I haven't turned on those things. Those are needed. Ah, that's why. That should give us our lights. Yes, much better. Eric, what's the issue with the HSP46? I'm juggling a few different things today because I've got. Where are we starting, by the way? Are we in Rosenheim? Yeah, we're in Rosenheim. We're in Germany, and then we'll be crossing the border into Austria. Juggling a couple of different things today because as I said, I'm going on a trip tomorrow morning. I'm leaving here at about 6 a.m. something like that. So I've got to get my bags ready for that as well. So I had the washing machine going this morning, so I might disappear out briefly to go and move things into the dryer in an hour or so. Max on Rails, we use Unreal Engine 4.26, although it's quite heavily modified Unreal Engine. $80 kilometers an hour limit coming up, so we'll just proceed to that. Work trip, Jason, but also it should be quite fun. Going by train, Derek. I really don't. As much as I'm not afraid of flying, I just don't enjoy it. The whole process I find really awful. Whereas my trip on Eurostar that I did earlier in the year, I was like, oh okay, now if I'm going to Europe again, I'm coming on Eurostar. That was a lot more enjoyable. Even though it took longer, it was a more enjoyable longer, if that makes any sense at all. Right, let's get some speed on. Thinking I might experiment with the DX12 option at some point and just see how that runs on this machine, you know, performance-wise. Not going to do it live on the stream because we've got stuff to play. But I thought it'd be interesting. It's a point of comparison. Morning, Alex. Yes, what an incredible amount. Topped off this morning, getting us to 2222. All the choo-choos. The same schedule that I shared yesterday is the same schedule spreadsheet is valid for today. There's another tab on there for Sunday, today, which has got the list of things we're going to be doing. I'm not guaranteeing I'll get all of them done, but we'll see how far we get. Running late is standard procedure. I don't think that worked, JP. Alex, don't you start. I told people I was going on Eurostar and they've been going on about if that's a leak. Andrew McGee, what you need to do is, and this is going to sound bonkers, but it is true, you need to open and close the cab doors to reset the cab door interlock, and then it will let the brakes come off. It is on the fix list. I wonder in future, JP, if it's worth setting up some bit.ly links or something for the things like the spreadsheet, donations and things like that, actually. I should have thought of that beforehand. Drop to the 110. Run down and throttle off because I used the brakes. I forgot to reset. It's easy to get the settled it, steady on. It's easy to get this to 0 and think you've reset everything, but actually once it gets to 0 you have to throttle off to reset the interlock. That's better. We're taking power now. Morning, Omar. Yeah, well, sometimes I forget. I don't know whether the mouse is on. I've clicked it or not. And so I go to move the mouse. I'm like, there. We're under 100 anyway, so don't have to worry too much about it. Let's try and maintain that. Maintain the speed we're at. Oh no, we've got to drop to 60. Oh, well. Probably get an annoying thing I need to acknowledge then soon. Let's run down, ready for that. There we go. There's your 6. Flashing green, expect speed reductions. That is 3B, so 6. And drop speed to 85. throttle off so that we can power back on again. Oh, another donation. Alex. Oh, thank you, Alex. Amazing work as always. 2222. Look at that. Thank you, Alex. 22, 44, 22. The magic numbers are kind of what I'm here for, to be honest. There's some really cool creativity in terms of numbers. I remember one year, I think we were going from magic number to magic number almost in every donation. Oh, we're stopping here, that's why. Oh, it was all intermixed, Omar. German, then UK, then US, then Austrian, then UK, then US, then German, then UK, then US, then German, then UK, then US. Oh, not US, UK. 2 UKs at the end, if I get that far. Does that include the dovetail bit as well, Alex? We're here. We're here. Hey there, Sharky. Sifa is incredibly annoying. That is sort of its purpose. You don't have to turn it on though. I like it. So I find Sifa helps me make sure I'm staying more connected with the game and what I'm supposed to be doing. Otherwise, my attention tends to drift. Not that anyone, I'm sure, has noticed, to be clear. Gentle couple of notches to get things moving so we don't pop the breakers. Chemsi. Okay, I know I butchered that really badly to the point that you probably couldn't recognize it. There is no action that needs to be done on Sifa Odimo. That's the whole point. It's there to all it's there to do is say, are you able to acknowledge something and respond and take an action responding for it. It's nothing to do with the with what's happening on the railway. There is no other action that needs to be taken. All it's doing is checking your vigilance is there, hence the name of it being a vigilance alarm. Thank you, Alex. I'll keep sending people your way on the Discord if they've got any problems. 5.2 kilometres to that place we're going to next. I'm going to call it PC. More power on, speed us up, 110 limit, running a little bit behind, but that's fine, no different to usual. Going the other direction. Now we're going too fast. Oh, it's because we're going downhill all of a sudden. Electric in to slow us down. Speed limit up to 130. Any minute now. Thank you. 2.3 kilometers to go. Worth powering the notches up, given that we're going to be having to wind them back down again very shortly. There's the station on the track monitor. Ooh, freight. Electron freight, no less. Start decelerating. Put more brakes on now. Irish content for Tears Classic. What content did they make? I know there was Irish content on Microsoft Train Simulator. Making Tracks made the whole of the Enterprise. Ooh, BR628. DMU sitting over there. Bobcat looking better this morning. I'm not sure I'm feeling much better this morning, but we'll see. I went out for a walk, definitely not to get coffee, and that certainly helped. Omar, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. We'll see how the day progresses, eh? mean, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be sitting here playing anyway, so. A little bit of power just to get us going. The brake's fully off, yeah. I was thinking during the course of yesterday, actually, but also last night, about the Arrow 3 would make for a really interesting hardware project that I could maybe mock up and do for the, you know, as an example for the stream, making a simple controller for an Arrow 3. Hey Peter, the schedule, if someone can link you the spreadsheet, but broadly, Salzburg, Bakerloo, Morristown, Semmeringbahn, Riviera Line. I'm going to HST. I haven't done the HST or Riviera Line yet for my sins. The Dresden, Leipzig, West Coast Main Line, Preston, bit of 86 action. San Bernardino Freight, Main Torbahn and Cathcart Circuit. .1 kilometres to bear now. Omar, if you overload the loco, I think you have to reset the circuit breaker. Yeah, you'll need to make sure your throttle is put fully to off as well. You get the, this is a BR111 Bob Lee. When you get the hang of it, Omar, it's not bad. It's like a typical notched loco in that you need to manage how you run up, and the worst time, the bit that you really need to be the most careful is when you're setting off, because it's the most sensitive. So if you manage your speed, manage your throttle, and just sort of do go into notch 3 and then go into notch 5 and sort of keep it around no more than 40 to 60 on this, erring on the side of lower rather than pushing it harder until you get more confident, you should be fine, because once you get up to, you know, you'll find you get up to maybe notch 8 or 9, and then you can just leave it in notch up for the most part, because it'll be accelerating fast enough that it doesn't matter. Oh, come on, stop. Thankfully it's a long platform. It's fine, it was an almost perfect stop, you know. Oh, John Coltrane, thank you very much for that donation. Oh wow, yes, I've just really seen the amount. Thank you very much indeed. Great work as ever, Matt. Thank you, John. Much appreciated. 23.49, £2,349 already. Don't forget, Dovetail throw another 250 on top of that as well. So we're doing really, really well. Thank you, everyone. Let's get these brakes off. Yeah, so as you get started, put it in, run up, and hold it back down again. So I've only gone into notch 2, I can go up one more, there you go, 4, there you go, that's enough to get going. Gets down to about 20, I'll pop it up and pop it straight down again. Up, straight down again. Up to 8. So we're almost at a point where it should be fine. So it becomes more manageable the faster you go. Keep that tractive effort. There you go. Look, you can see now that we're actually accelerating faster than the notches just about. So it's balanced out. Just got to be a little bit careful that notch 22 is going to take quite a long time to wind down. So you need to be keeping an eye up ahead of anything you might need the brakes for. That's why I was over speeding earlier on, because you shouldn't be applying brakes while the power is still on, because you'll get a problem with the electric brakes. I think for anything TS Classic, it's really all down to third party now. But I know they are making some pretty cool stuff. Okay, push it a bit harder. Let's notch up. I think there's about 30 notches, I think, in total, and we're in 26. So the hammer is pretty firmly down. Although you can see it's speeding up quite a bit now. 130 limit, still accelerating. Let's just run down a couple more notches. Go downhill slightly actually, so we can afford to undermine it a bit. There we go. Balance is out around 130. Excellent. It's almost identical to the 8687. It's got, for all intents and purposes, it's pretty similar underlying tech, similar control mechanism. Anson Rail Studios. I am on Salzburg-Rosenheim, although I'm driving Rosenheim to Salzburg. More trains. What's that speed? Let's just run down. When you run down to 0, make sure you also put it to off. Otherwise, if there's a throttle interlock in place, it won't release it. There's the station on the monitor. Next stream after this will be Thursday, Valentino, the roadmap. Chili for breakfast, Rob. Respect. Oh, got another train coming. Looks like a freight. What is it? 185.2. Yep. Oh, double 185.2. Sackens wagons. Green with expect green. That's good. I like to see that. It's lunchtime. Oh yeah. So it is, Rob. I have no concept of what time it is. It got mentioned yesterday, Alex. I've been hesitant to say any more. We'll keep bringing it up because then people keep trying to dig information out. Ebola real sim pilot is something I'd love to do, but there's more needed than just adding the system on the train, because there's information that we don't have at the moment, like the hectometer boards are not track linked, and other fun things that we would need in order for Ebola to work, because I don't want Ebola to be coded almost per route. It'll make making a route harder. What I want is for Ebola to be automatic, so that it reverse engineers the information off the route. Kind of, you're already building the information once when you make the route. So it's kind of trying to figure that stuff out. So the team are all very much wanting to do that. But as Alex mentions earlier on, IGN FanFest, one of the things that they've announced is a new Dovetail Games title. Or I say announced, it's just the top line in one of the IGN FanFest things. So when IGN FanFest do their... When is the IGN FanFest thing, Alex? And where do people go? Anytime you can quote Douglas Adams is a good time, Joffanon. Oh yeah, no, I agree with you, Real Sim Pilot. I mean, you could drive without having route knowledge. It would be transformational. Completely agree. Well, Tuesday was going to be the plan for the roadmap, Omar, but it's been shifted to Thursday for various reasons. So, and it'll be myself and JD, I believe. Spoilers, Bob. Spoilers. Don't give it all away. October 15th, it'll be live on the IGN YouTube channel. There you go. So make sure that you are over on the IGN YouTube channel October 15th for their IGN FanFest broadcast. And then let's chat about it afterwards. Bergen-Oberbay is next, 7.3 kilometers. Run up, get some more speed. 140 limit. Just let loose. 130 limit. Let loose. No, don't let loose a little more loose. A little less loose. Oh, you know what. Power only. We can speed up. We're around up a 1% gradient. Kilometers an hour limit coming up, so start dialing back. £7 PM usual time, Valentino. Right. Run down. Brakes on. Clear for the 100 limit. There. I put the brakes on a bit harder this time. Any PZB fails so far? No. There will definitely not be any PZB fails on this stream. Ever. At all. Just like there wasn't yesterday. Right. Right. I swear sometimes it feels like the brakes on this thing aren't doing anything, and the other times it feels like they're just throwing the anchors out. Omar, it would be good to try and get some repros on any issues you're having with the Voyager. If you're able to share any video clips, that would be better, because we can see then what might be going on. One of the key things to look at when your train won't move is if the brakes are locked on. One of the gauges in the centre of the desk is the brake gauge, and if it stays locked on 2 bars, there's some system holding the brakes on. Now, if you have driver assist turned on, it should be telling you what that is. Now, you see what you do there, Paul, right, is where people think they can get a bigger run up and go super fast down the hill. You put TSR on the downhill bit, slow them down. I'm not evil. Where to next? Tronstein. Yeah, red light at the bottom of the hill. You could have a signal which is, or a signaller which is behaving, which is running late in clearing your signal aspect, wiping out all of your performance, your speed, momentum. Oh, possibilities. TSR and a red light. Just when you think you're recovering from the TSR, you see an orange light, and you're like, oh, come on, come on. Then you see the red light up ahead and you're like, oh no, start powering down, start slowing down, and as you get to it, it pops up to green. And you're like, oh, finally. Right, 5.7 kilometers. It does occur to me that one of the bits of scenery that could be placed around a TSR is photographers who know there's a TSR there, so they go and use that to take pictures of trains going by slowly. Because, you know, people don't do that at all. Throttle off. You forget that notch up and suddenly it starts getting to the big numbers. Yeah, realistically dynamic scenery around TSRs is not likely to happen just because of the likelihood of it being able to make a creative scene that looks right dynamically, that doesn't make, you know, it doesn't place people in silly places, is highly unlikely. Cross Country Voyager is already back on TSW. I don't think it's returning to TS Classic, Kunai. At least I'm out of the loop when it comes to TSC, to be honest. Bodan, you have returned. Welcome. Right, we've got to get down to 85, and that was an expect 40, or expect reduction, which is default 40. That one probably knows keeps acknowledging as well, because it's 70. So it's at the next signal we'll be doing 40. So we should just keep decelerating. Because there was no ZS3V on that distance. There we go. And acknowledge that one. 60 makes more sense, but without a ZS3B you have to assume 40. .101 with IC sitting in there. If I said IC that 101, would anyone forgive me? if you're able to share example of that screenshot from TSW5 and a screenshot from TSW6 Omar, that would be brilliant. I thought I was breaking really earlier then, so I relaxed the brakes. Anonymous, thank you for that amazing donation, which is really awesome and puts us up to, when the total figures its life out, 23.99.22, which is tantalizingly close to 2400. Thank you again, Anonymous. You're greatly appreciated. Come on, brakes. Let go of the train. There we go. Right, Tiesendorf, Freilassing, and then Salzburg. 60 kilometers an hour limit. Did Platform 5 at Stevenage exist when TSC's London Peterborough route happened? I don't remember. A long time ago now. Pour the power on. Right. Titan cameraman, this is Salzburg Rosenheim. We're doing a bit of Dresden Leipzig later on, about 8 PM-ish. Depending on how late my schedule gets. 14 kilometers is Tiesendorf, so let's drop the hammer and get the boot down. On an up 1% gradient, which isn't too bad. You do have to watch the gradients, because the thing is, you get yourself all power balanced for a nice acceleration rate on 1% gradient, and then suddenly the gradient goes away. You're now going down 2% and flying like the wind. Notches on the power, speed up, get that one up. Just as I think, let's push it to 130, up comes a 110 speed. Let's notch it down. Gradients off, on level. Throttle off. What I will do is bring in the dynamics and slow us down to 110. There they are. More control over the dynamics. Now we're going downhill. Typical. Scott, have you tried the alternate timetable for Frankfurt, which uses these? I haven't done that yet. Release the dynamic speed limit's going to go back up in a moment. Just understood what you were saying there, Bob. Thanks. Because I thought it was not at all, to be honest. Run down again. We're going to need to use the dynamics once more for that other 110. Power off. Just you wait, when I get my Class 66 controller from TS Controllers, I'm going to be doing lots of Class 66 shunting, Bob, so something to look forward to. 10 limit. Gently maintain the speed down this hill. 100 limit coming up. 6 kilometres to go. I certainly will, Bob. That's a good shout. Remind me as we come into Salzburg, because you know what I'm like. I'll have forgotten. Yeah, some Welsh bloke. TScontrollers.com. They make a series of controllers for TS Classic and TS World hardware controllers. One of which is like a full mock-up of the Class 66 control stand with the big American style levers on one side and the flat control stand on the left, and I've got them coming on Friday hopefully. Little bit excited. They look awesome, they feel awesome to use as well. Right, just using the dynamics to hold us on this gradient. 1.1% downgrade. Running around the limit, 3.7 kilometres to go. Not in any rush. We're going to be late. Tough. This Deutsche Bahn. We'll only be a little bit late. 2.4 kilometres, and we are late now. PBC, Bob, is a power brake controller. I'm getting a separate AWS plunger in these trains, but I think there's already an AWS on the Class 66 side panel as well. But I won't always want to use the 66 side panel, so I got the extra AWS plunger because they're not expensive. The dynamic brakes to just continue slowing down now as coming up on the station. Yeah, brakes going. How we doing? Yeah, we're not far off. We're not far off. A couple of minutes is certainly within acceptable. Lock the doors. I need to pick up one of the Train Sim X controllers and just for science, obviously. The thing that concerns me about the Train Sim X controller is it's super generic. That doesn't look like a train controller. It is literally just a bunch of levers, and that's not a bad thing. It also means that it's then more applicable to a wider range of trains, whereas a control stand that looks like a Class 66 is probably mostly only useful for a Class 66 or something like it. Even though in reality it probably worked fine on a bunch of different trains. But I don't know. All I know is that when I tried the TS controller stuff at Greatest Gathering, I was super impressed. So TS controllers have got the PBC controller coming back, the PBC2 in these trains, which is vastly superior to the original one. I had a play with it at Greatest Gathering. It was it's very, very good. I should be definitely picking one of those up as and when they're released. I've also been chatting to a guy who makes model railway controllers. They're US. They look like a US brake stand and control stand and so forth. Really, really nice models, which they use for driving model trains. But he's also looking at integrating it into TSW. So I'll be getting him API documentation soon. Well, I'll be getting all of your API documentation soon. It comes out on Thursday, hopefully. So that'll be really interesting. That control stand is, if you're into US format, he does older style cabs as well as modern cabs. that'll be probably a must-have, to be honest. Well, the API will mean that anyone can do that. Happy Paddy. So there's Cobra's controller system, Cobra One software. I think that has generic unit joystick mapping, and I think he might be looking at using changing it to use the API. He certainly had access to it for a while, so you know, in theory, you know, I don't think we have any plans to do a universal joystick API. SimHog is the one I'm thinking about Paul. SimHog, I think, is who I'm thinking about. Because they're not really buttons in the normal sense, Kune. I've got a British AWS plunger somewhere. They do kind of just plunge in. Well, everyone on the beta, which would include Chris, Cobra One, has got my API documentation already, Paul. So hopefully that answers a bunch of questions. Going downhill, so just need to bear that in mind. Kind of glad I was already running down there now, given that we're going to get a stop indicator soon. Paul, the API doc is published on Thursday. Oh, of course you're not on the beta group anymore, so you wouldn't have it. The beta group have got it, Paul. It'll be published on Thursday, and then it'll be open to the public. For the 90, we're also slowing down to a red light. Wow, that was that braking wasn't quite as good. I didn't realise it'd have to be full service braking the whole way down. We missed bad yet. I know, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Crikey. Yeah, I was still doing about 80 kilometers an hour when I hit the 500 hertz magnet, so I was 15 kilometers an hour too fast. I thought I'd bloody well used enough brake to get down to there, but clearly not. Good news is, though, everything worked and we stopped before the red, so... CIFA is a vigilant system to make sure the driver is awake and alert. And PZB is a safety system linked into what the signals are doing to make sure that the driver is acknowledging and taking appropriate action based on what the signals are saying and working within certain curves and norms. Coffee's worn off now. Yeah, I might have to go out and get some more. Just don't tell my doctor. Let's go have a wander. What we got over here? Couple 363s. Some intercity coaches. Anything in there? No. Not a lot. Just stuck out just outside Freilassing, presumably because there's a train sat in my platform. John Landers, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Pushing us over to 2400 mark. It's 2409. No, I can't claim that one as a deliberate, Liam. I didn't brake hard enough. In the museum roundhouse. Oh, we've got a 155 in the museum roundhouse. Come on, talentless, get out of the way. Yep, there it is, look. 0842. Oh, I'm stuck here for about 3 minutes then. Come on, signal person. There's got to be another way you could have routed me that just locked me into there. Jeez. You know, I'm not sure, Liam, whether or not if I'd have got here earlier, would I have stopped the talent? I don't know. Kind of suggests that I would have just been stuck here longer. Because I think that talent, if I remember rightly, is that not a... I don't know. Oh, that one might well have come in from here, I guess, in which case if I'd have got in early, I might have got in ahead of it. So, possibly. hopefully it'll get itself moving soon. 42 minutes past is when the service kicks in, and it'll probably be about a minute while it does its passenger load. So hopefully we'll see it green around 43, 44, because it'll have to clear the block. Where's its starter signal? Oh, just there. So that's fine. I know, Bob, when I went out to Germany, I mean, I've been to Germany numerous times, but one of the times I particularly noted the trains were like almost to the second punctual. It was brilliant. I was so impressed, and I always thought that was how it was. And then I later on I start streaming, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's about normal." I'm like, "Really? It's not what I saw." But then that was a long time ago, so. My favourite UK route out of the whole library would be South Eastern High Speed. Is my because it's A, it's my local, but B, it's also really got a load of diverse gameplay on it. Right, is it off yet? Doing its thing. I always wondered if Matt's listening to the headphone cans, what are the pink ears on the headphones listening to? Good question. This is the deep insight we're here for, Paul. That's it. Take a hint. Get lost. Right. We're rolling. So we've got 40 kilometres an hour past this signal, although we're on restrictions, so 25 kilometres an hour, 20 actually. And then double yellow, expect to stop, which makes sense, this being our home signal. Right, 500 hertz is off, you can now go up to 45. rolling into Freilassing Station. It's only 12 minutes late. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone stop panicking. Why did it change to 1000 Hertz restricted as you pass the signal? So I think that acknowledging 1000 Hertz overrides the 500 Hertz because it's a known situation. I can't remember whether or not it would have also timed the distance wise up with the 500 Hertz to have cleared actually moments before, perhaps. Hey there, Yorkshire Gamer. Yeah, I know. I'm seeing lots of really great feedback on the Riviera line. It's one I've been enjoying myself. I'll be playing it again a bit later on, about 5 o'clock-ish. The remasters that have been done so far have been generally done in people's spare time, particularly Liam's remasters. There have been no official remasters. So so the answer is, are there more remasters planned? No, there aren't. They've never been planned, to be honest. Purely on the back of some members of the team wanting to do stuff in their spare time. Right, we've got nothing funky on the PZB. 40 kilometres now past this signal, expect clear. It wouldn't surprise me if they do seasons of reveals, but I don't know for sure on Mind and Relax. That's an Alex question, but even then I don't know if that's been decided yet. Get clear of all the junctions, and then we can speed up. Let's run down. Throttle off. Neutral section up here as we switch into Austrian territory. You want to get your passport out. A little bit of both actually, Bob. It is a work trip, but it sounds like it's going to be quite fun. speed up. You're welcome, unwind and relax. Glad you're enjoying. And I work on the development side of things, not the marketing side, so I defer to the experts over there. Colin, some Welsh bloke, thank you very much indeed for the donation, much appreciated. That's awesome, thank you. Looks like we're a straight shot into Salzburg. Hey Jason. Guessing we'll get a green with a double yellow here. Yeah. Not going to mess about with it this time, straight into full service. That said, we're not doing 160 kilometers an hour this time, so probably don't need to panic quite so much. Steady on that, steady on. S-Founder 694, thank you very much for the donation, very much appreciated. The total will update at some point this week, I promise. Tomcat, this is Rosenheim Salzburg, or Salzburg Rosenheim, depending on how you look at it. Oh, total already did that update. Alright, fine, I'll settle down. 2464, 2,464, almost at £2,500. Phenomenal, folks. Well done. Thank you. Ibby, what's better, separate throttle and brake handles or a combined power brake handle? I don't know, actually. I like the variety, you know. And I couldn't speak to it for what train drivers prefer, but someone playing the game, I like the fact that there's different controls. Like this one's a notched controller, like a run-up, run-down controller. You've got the simple ones like the Voyager. You've got slightly more involved, like the 150 with separate control brakes on there. Then you've got the manual lap brakings on like the 101 or the Alps. You know, it's the variety is for me what I like. This will probably be that blooming 4024 that's got ahead of us. Oh, Peter, the 802 restart issue is fixed on Xbox. Excellent. Excellent. I'll take that one off the list to look at then. Oh, we got a light. Let's find that. Oh, I can't remember. I believe so, Ibby's Trains. Roadmap stream, best to ask that question. Right, 45 limit if we're on 1,000 hertz. Paul, always look forward to this weekend each year. Oh. Jesus. Thank you for caring and providing a conduit for us to care too. Thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate that. Oh dear. My nose is driving me up the wall. Yeah, at the moment, the 294 paths are all classed as shunt paths, Jason, so they get SH1s everywhere. I know it's on Lucas's list. Get ever closer to that 40 kilometers. Oh, okay. We're outside of the 1,000 hertz now. No, we've still got 1,000 hertz. Ah, 2,500. Thank you, Paul. That pushed us over 2,500. Not far from Salzburg now. It's just getting stuck behind a stopping train. Green yellow, 40 kilometers an hour on this signal. What did I miss? Oh, I didn't acknowledge. Well, that's annoying. Didn't notice there was something to acknowledge there. Never mind. Never mind, I missed that. Oh, they missed the helper off of the PZB, Jason. Let me just make a note of those. Made a note of that. Right, let's reset. Try it again. That's better. Bob, no, the 75 will be dollars. I don't get the currency from just giving over the API, annoyingly. I think. That's why I took the pound sign off it. I spent a bit of time yesterday looking at the code and trying to figure it out. I was raging for a bit about it not being in the API, then I realised my bit didn't have the ability to do it. And then after I realised that I was partially at fault, I then noticed, I dug a bit deeper and realised that actually it wasn't there in the just giving bit either. So I was a little bit, I relaxed a bit. Darren, thank you very much for that donation. 25.96. Thank you very much indeed, Darren. Much appreciated. Hey, we finally made it to Salzburg. We're only like a million years late. I made a note of that class 52 one as well, Peter, just so that I can go and double check it's in the ticket list and get someone to take a look. Let's just stop here then, What was it that I missed? Did I go past the signal? Oh, I went past the signal, didn't I? Never mind. Oh, it's going to make me go right to the end as well. Darn you, game. Darn you now. Throw this off. Run up. Really good run, and then I completely hosed it right at the end. Absolutely hosed it right at the end. No, it's got a precision stop marker on it, actually, so I need to stop actually on the blue marker. Even though there's a thing on the track that makes it look like I can stop anywhere, it's actually been set up as a precision stop, not a marker stop. Mildly irritating, but... I am doing Preston Carlisle sort of around 8 PM-ish, Tom. So yes, with the 86. Daza roadmap is coming on Thursday, and I'm sure there'll be some news. Well, I say I'm sure. I don't know what's in the roadmap. I haven't looked at the document, so but it wouldn't surprise me if there was some news on Thursday, or at least an update of some sort. Excellent. Right. Is that a platinum? Did I get a platinum? Oh, I rock. Right. Okay. That was clearly the game was like, you know what? None of that was your fault. That was just an awesome drive. Have a platinum medal. Go for it. Okay. Right. So. Next on the line I've got Bakerloo line, but I need a quick PNB. Let's go and watch us a video and see what else we can learn about this charity. What have we not watched so far? Whose video have we not watched so far? Let's go with... Well, I need to make a list of which ones we've done and which ones we haven't done. Let's try Joe. I don't recall seeing Joe's video.
Hi, I'm Joe, and I've got a taxi to Asia.
So Joe's condition means that he experiences tremors and reduced mobility, and in Joe's case, particularly in his left arm. So that makes accessing a standard Xbox controller really difficult. So the main problems that Joe was having is with the left side and the left joystick. So we kind of thought that because of his tremors, what would work really well for him would be a bigger joystick, because it should kind of work with his movements a little bit better. So we started just by putting that on the tray. But what we found was for Joe to kind of bring his arm up onto the joystick, it was actually activating his tremors more. So we kind of thought that actually maybe what we need to do is keep his left arm a little bit more relaxed, you know, enabling Joe to have his arm straight down by his side, which is why we mounted a joystick onto his wheelchair so he could keep his arm straight and more relaxed. And with the joystick in that position, he was actually able to get really good control with it. He needed a bit of help then with accessing the left trigger and left bumper. So what we did was we positioned a buddy button for the left trigger, again, down by the left side, which he could just tap with his left arm. And then for the left bumper, we just used a little ultralight switch, which we popped on the tray on the right side, that he could use his little right finger just to tap. Well, it was really effective for him because basically he went essentially having access to the entire left side of the controller.
It's just escapism. It's everything that I want to do, but I can't in real life.
I'm basically in constant contact with him, and you know, if his condition progresses or his game choices change, then we'll work with him and tweak his setup as he needs it.
Don't be afraid to ask for help. There's people out there who'll help you, like Special Effects.
Right, I'm going to go and have that PMB now, but that's who we're raising money for, Special Effect and the amazing things they do. Let's keep those donations rolling in. £22,525.96 so far, making great progress. So I will be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Right. Bill, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. I took the opportunity to sort out the laundry while I was there, so that's now in the dryer. Winning. Bakerloo line. Uh, 2021 timetable, 72 stock. I thought I'd drive the silver one just for a change. And this is 204. Oh, what the heck is that? 204-5 0904. That's the one. Okay, so I need to activate the control systems first, and then we need to put that in and put it on forward. I need to wind this. Right. It's better. And while we're waiting, tail lights off, headlights on. Gauge lights on, saloon lighting set. Good. Jason, the roadmap stream will give you more information about that Thursday. Oh dear, oh dear. I stood up and now I'm sneezing non-stop. Does remind me. We are going to where's Elephant and Castle on this thing? There it is. Right, let's go. Got to wait for the brakes to come off. Right, let's get going. Green light off to Kenton. Southbound. Starting at Harrow and Wealdstone on our way to Elephant and Castle. West Coast Main Line somewhere over there on the left. Yeah, I'm finding I have to keep my Steam Deck all charging at all times, Paul. Otherwise I run into the same problem. Door sound should be the same, Liam. I believe it was just a repaint. Only me! Wow! Making people happy is always a worthy cause. Keep up the work. Thank you very much, Only Me. Much appreciated. Pushing us up to 2,700. Thank you very, very much. I've got this, hang on, Paul, I've got this battery pack, chunky great thing. It's 30,000 milliamp hour, but I tell you what, it's the ever ready. It does not stop, and it does good power as well. It charges up whatever I give it. South Kenton. Wentworth Valley, why have old routes not at least been updated to feature new lighting? Because it's quite a big change. It's about a month's work to upgrade a route to the new lighting system. Oh, I must admit, I've not looked into whether you can fly with it, Liam. Good shout. Another reason to not like flying, right? I'm not sure anyone that I've ever seen on a those check-in things would know to count all that up or even check, to be honest, Paul. I don't know. Lunchtime. Shed. I presume that's just in carry-on that you have the limit though. If you put your batteries in check, is that fine? No batteries in the hold. Oh wow. I think I could survive on a 20,000 milliamp hour battery. See you later, Scott. Wembley Central. He's swapping over onto the other side shortly. See you later, Paul. I'm sure we will be. This is Bakerloo, Eddie, Ed. Stonebridge Park, which is on the left. So yeah, we're crossing over now. orangey type of red. You mean, whereabouts do you mean? On the speedometer in the bottom right, Simon? Got one waiting to come out of Stonebridge Park, presumably behind me. Oh right, so on the mini HUD. Interesting. Oh hello Jeff, how are you? Long time. Orangey type of red. Let me try it. Let's see what we get. What does everyone else think about the overspeed red? Is it showing up red or is it an orange type of red? What are you playing on, Simon? Is it TV or monitor? Harleston, isn't it? We're going to be able to get up to above the speed limit. Hey Super Steve, yeah, I had a good night's rest actually. These streams are a lot more palatable when there's a sleep somewhere in the middle of them, yeah. That's interesting because we haven't changed that, Simon. Not knowingly, anyway. Are you able to grab like a photograph or a screenshot of that, Simon? And I'll get someone to compare it. Because there is a possibility it's been an unwitting change as a side effect of something else. Wouldn't surprise me. That's not something I'd noticed though. Has anyone else noticed the overspeed change in colour? I wouldn't notice obviously because I never overspeed, so I never see it. Willesden Junction, half a mile away. Hey there, Isabel, how are you doing? Hi there, Simulation Spy. Good to have you on the stream. Super Steve, you know, up here on the my mouse. Up here, when this goes red, when you're over speed, the current speed, one of the viewers has been saying that on their system they found that it's a slightly weird orangey red, whereas on TSW5 it was fine. So I was just getting a broader feel of if anybody else had noticed a red, that red changing colour for them, because there was no intentional change made to that. So if it has changed, I'll get it fixed. Right, Kensal Green. We might actually be able to get this over the speed limit. Let's have a look. Hello. See, to me that looks the same. What does everyone else think? Interesting. I wonder if there's something strange going on in certain monitors, maybe. I'll make a note and I'll ask someone to check. I mean, it's a player, Liam, so they won't have anything but a release build. The colour changing on the HUD for overspeed has always been there. How do you mean, Risen Ball? The question is that the red has changed into a different red, essentially. HP Omen. So you're on a laptop, Simulation Spy? Can you get me screenshot, Simulation Spy, of it running in TSW5 and running in TSW6, showing the difference? That would be incredibly useful if someone can do that. Yeah, it does yellow first, then red when overspeeding. That's intentional. Thank you, King K. I appreciate that. Right, Queen's Park, this is our last station overground before we dive into the tunnels. We've got our filter indicator there, and then the 15, if I remember rightly, is just at the point of the diverge. Yeah, there's West Coast AI on this route, super steep, but I don't. It's not since the original update, so it's just 66s and the odd rail tour. It's no 350s. I don't think there's any plans to go back and add any more to it. I enjoy a long stream, King K. I really do. One of the reasons I like these charity streams, speaking selfishly, is I like the fact that I can just sit here and play trains and chat to people and stream for hours and hours and hours. Back when I streamed every night, I would do 5 to 6 hours every night. Of course, now I look back on myself doing that and go, how the heck did I have the energy to do that? Really? How did I have the energy to do that? Andy lad, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. How do you get past the dry mouth even with water? Oh, not too much of an issue. All the Red Bull. Yeah, well, I try to steer clear of that stuff. That's not good for you. Not in that kind of quantity. Diving down into the underground now, bound for Kilburn Park. Hey there, Mr. Train Guy. Simulations by found your TSW6 problem. What was it? Remind me what the problem was. Peter Martin, you'll get news on the crew route in the roadmap stream on Thursday, so come along to that. Or just read the article, I guess, if you missed the stream. Oh, lagging and freezing. Oh, what was it? What was the cause? Always have to be a little bit careful coming into these stations, because sometimes you get a red green light, sometimes you get a red light, and it's just at the end of the tunnel. Oh, faulty PSU. Oh, wow, Simulation Spy. Good find. PSU problems can be an absolute pain because they manifest in so many different ways. You know, a lot of people spend extra money pushing for the GPU or the CPU, or maybe a bit of extra memory. But I'm a big fan of put more money in your power supply. A good power supply, paying over the odds effectively for a good brand power supply, will save you so much time and pain. The machine that's currently hosting the stream was my previous games machine, and that one got to the point where literally just playing Train Sim World, no other game, just Train Sim World, would cause the machine to crash after about I don't know, some number of minutes. I can't remember how long it was. It got really annoying, as you can imagine. And it was quite difficult to repro, except when I'm streaming or when I'm busy playing, because sometimes it would last, 20, 30 minutes. I even sent it back to Chill Blast because I'm like, I don't know what's going on with this. And part of the reason I bought a computer from Chill Blast was because I didn't want to have to deal with it. And Chill Blast couldn't find anything wrong with it, so I sent it back. And then it's still crashing, Immediately, the first stream I did with it, was still crashing. And I just thought, you know what, let's replace the power supply. And I replaced it with a quite high quality power supply. It did the trick. Did a really good job. Got no plans for another underground line at this point. Would like to. I love underground lines. It's my kind of gameplay as well, with lots of frequent stop-start and so forth. But no plans at this point for it. Elizabeth line unfortunately needs ETCS, which is not something the game's capable of doing at the moment. A lot of the lines, I mean, we can probably do cell track signalling now, although we've not tried it yet. We can probably do cell track signalling system. I mean, Piccadilly was the other one I was looking at when we were looking for Bakerloo line, and I'm glad we did Bakerloo line, because Piccadilly, while it would have been better, it would have probably killed the team, and we would have had to cut it down to the point of being unsatisfactory. So I'm glad we went with Bakerloo line. It did the job quite nicely. I'd like to do Piccadilly line, but only if it had all the extra branches. I think mine was an EVGA gold or something like Resin Ball as well. It's still in the machine now. Rivet didn't quite implement ETCS, Liam. It's sort of it's a good approximation of ETCS, but it's not particularly accurate. I thought about Victoria Line, but because I used to ride the Victoria Line every day to work, and I'm not sure how interesting it would be to drive, to be honest, because it's tunnels the entire time. The only time you're out of the tunnel is the depot. I don't know. I'd have to go back and have a look at the cab ride videos, because we got the cab ride videos from video 125 for most of the underground. Oh, Victoria's full ATO, that's it. That was the reason we didn't, Nico. Quite right. I knew there was a reason. More and more of the underground is becoming ATO at this point. Yeah, automatic train operation, where the train drives itself and the driver is there to look after it. Coming into Paddington. Change here for mainline services. I love that you can see down the other tube there. Afternoon, Jeffrey. What is going on with this shaking about? My mouse obviously is on a bit of the mouse pad that was making it think it was shuddering a bit. Edgware Road, we've got our green light. Off we go. So a lot of the problem with underground routes, Isaac, is when we do an overground route, we rely quite heavily on visual data, yeah, stuff you can see in Google Earth and things like that. Underground routes, you don't really have that. So you're increasingly reliant on just making stuff up, which nobody wants. British Ace, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Welcome, Joe, welcome. Edgware Road. Alias, there's a bug with doors closing when using a controller. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean the thing where it appears to be operating the switch multiple times? It's been doing that since day one. Let's do it again. There's a third one. It just pulses it, I think, once a second or something like that until the door's marker's closed. I'm not quite sure what the reason is for that. It seems a bit shonk, but there's probably a reason. But it is intentional. It's been like that for years. It's just basically pressing the button until the doors confirm they're closed. I think it's because internally it's unclear that the doors are closing or something daft like that, so it doesn't know if it's actually responded. Marylebone. Scott, you'll finish the Riviera journey today. Should you go to Morristown or Leipzig next? Morristown for my money. Baker Street. Everyone head to 221B. Cher has locked herself out of her house and doesn't know what's on TV. Yeah, the new Piccadilly line trains look interesting, don't they, with shared bogies and so forth. That's going to be quite different. Well, exactly, Scott. You know, they're both amazing routes. Lots of fun to be had. There's no lose there. I don't know is the answer to that question, Alias. I will pose the question. It's kind of like one of those things that it's mildly annoying, but there are things that are broken, so they generally get priority over the mildly annoying. Where to now? Regent's Park. Oh, no one here. Very quiet at Regent's Park. Yes, the West Coast Mainline Overground section version of Bakerloo is very different experience. Why did I just open the left doors? I'll be on TikTok and all sorts of things with everyone sharing videos of dumb driver opens wrong doors. Hashtag dumb driver. Right, we're off to Oxford Circus. I'm sure there's no more of a circus there than is going on in this cab. Speed limit's 30, speed up. Down to 25. Ready? Sharp turn. So the layered 390 won't have announcements, Tommy. I'm not aware of anyone updating it. And I'm pretty sure the 350 has been given it because they've got their own versions of the 350. And I think they've given them announcements. I don't know. Roadmap Stream, Tommy, is your best bet for any news on the in progress stuff. .378 and 710 are not drivable on Bakerloo, no, Liam. There's a problem with the way that the electrification's set up, I think. I can't remember if Joe got around that. Piccadilly Circus, more circuses. My in-cab circus is going to all the circuses in London. Super Steve, it's not tons of work, it's not nothing though, so it adds up, I guess is the challenge, because it's not just putting the announcements in, it's then the testing, regression testing. Remember that West Coast Mainline, because it doesn't have announcements, we don't have all the recordings for all of the announcements for those stations. So, yeah, actually, putting announcements on a route that hasn't got it, and it's not just the route, it's the train, does add up. I think, I seem to recall Adam helped, our audio guy helped the All Aboard guys with their announcement stuff. I think they need something like 400 and something station names recording. Lee, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Right, up to 25 and then dropping shortly afterwards back to 20. With the normal HUD, is it possible to get the bar from moving between stations? I don't know what you mean, Liam. Do you mean the bar in the top left that's the distance to the stop marker? Embankment. No, that's not on the normal HUD, Liam. That's only on the mini HUD. Because the idea was to have a HUD which had was smaller and more condensed. Waterloo is next. I don't think we're too far now from, yeah, Waterloo, Lambeth North, and then Elephant Castle, I think. Because isn't Lambeth where London Road Depot loop off is? Darren, as usual, when it comes to possible future routes, anything is possible, but if it's not on the roadmap. Squealing round the corners. Red light at the end of Lambeth. Liam, refer to road map response. Jonathan, the whole Generation 8 console debate is ongoing. Jesse Jacks, thank you very much indeed. Much appreciate that donation. What route is next? Morristown with the up 45 DP. Welcome, Love Trains. Glad to have you with us. Gen 8 doesn't hold the game back as much as people think it does. It does have an impact. It's more just the incredible amount of extra time and energy it takes, where that time and energy could be used elsewhere. That's more the, you know, it's not to say it doesn't have an impact, but it's not the way everyone thinks it does. The game is not suddenly going to become a next generation train simulator just because Gen 8 is dropped. It's not going to fundamentally change at all. Our lives will get significantly easier because we're not having to support so many extra packages, uploads, certifications, builds, everything from that respect gets significantly easier. I mean, timetable wise, we can already flex the timetable based on the different platforms independently. Where we can't is things like track complexity, scenery complexity. They can't really change much. You know, the models themselves get dialed down in complexity and so forth, but the track will use the same amount of memory regardless of the platform. So yeah, it would be unfair to say, or incorrect to say it has no impact, but it isn't as much as people think. Yeah, indeed, Liam. But that manpower lead is like on build and deployment teams, not in development. Development is very little difference. The difference is that, you know, we would, but if Gen 8 wasn't there, then, you know, there may be some bigger things that we could consider doing. How would it run on a Nintendo Switch? Not a clue. Not a clue. I wouldn't have high hopes. Yeah, from what I understand, Switch 2 is more like a PS4. I'm not sure it would affect longer routes, Jonathan, dropping Gen 8, because longer routes are limited far more by the sheer time it takes, the hours it takes to put the scenery in and so forth. I turned them off, Liam. I turned them off. Right. Morristown. Actually, let's remind ourselves why we're here, shall we?
Bethany, what's your favourite game that you've got?
This one.
Sonic, is it now?
Yes.
More than Mario Kart?
Oh, I do love Mario Kart.
Our worry initially was always whether Bethany would be able to play games the same as everybody else. And you look and you see what other friends have got and you just think there's no way. There's absolutely no way that my daughter could do that. And then this world opens up and there's somebody so positive on the other end of the call who is telling you that there's these amazing things that can be done and it can be tailored to what your child needs. And you're just blown away. There's always kind of a positive response to everything.
Yeah, that's the lovely thing as well.
And there's
Really
always
lovely.
kind of that there's something always, well, what does she find difficult? Oh, well, this is what we can offer to help, you know, with that.
It helps me see lots of things with the Nintendo.
Haven't we?
Okay, I want to do it now. Nintendo.
It's been fantastic for her and for all of us to, you know, be able to play together and do things as a family and I mean, again, doing things that her peers are doing at home. You know, she's doing exactly the same as what they're doing, but in her own way with the setup that's specific for her to enable her to play the games.
Thank you.
Cool, isn't it? I always love seeing how how the special effect are able to, you know, find systems, and you can see a lot of the same components actually in a lot of the videos, and how they are used in different ways for different purposes. Just as I said, the tech here is not actually what's doing anything particularly incredible. The tech is pretty basic, but you've got people that really understand how to apply that tech in different ways, and how that affects the what the person is able to do. What that person is able to do, the way that they can interact with it, and what, you know, just down to where you put all of these things and the ways you can mount these brackets up. It's just brilliant, just brilliant. Seeing how that stuff's been done. We got the control set up in the office, Liam. I don't have it here with me. I ought to remember to bring it home for these streams so I can show you. It's quite a large, complex, just a pad with loads of buttons on it. So I ought to try and do that next time. Right, so we're doing 851 next. So that's what we're raising money for, folks. So if you're able to, then it's very grateful. If you're not, then hit the like button, do the usual. That's equally useful. If you've got social groups, share the link on your social groups to come and watch the stream, or just share the Just Giving link. It's all grateful, all gratefully received. Right, let us get going. So, VPN forward, cut the brakes in, headlights normal, ditch crossing lights manual, that's all good. And the back here, I need alerter, access,
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
You go away. No one asked you. Right, open the doors. Super Steve, I don't know who got in touch with who first. I've got to be honest. This may well have been a JD thing. Oh, open the wrong doors. And probably was a JD thing, to be honest. Yeah, the annoyance back there, as I call it. I should change it to oi annoyance instead of the usual A word. British Ace, just at Leipzig's been amazing so far. So cool to have two separate city commuter systems in one route. It is cool, isn't it? It is very cool. Glad you're enjoying it. Possibly, Liam. Possibly. Right, Diesel out of Hoboken. Kincaid, Leipzig is your home route, is it? Leipzig. Sorry, Leipzig. I turned the game audio down, didn't I? Oh, Morristown is your home. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm really, really pleased with how Morristown came out. No, I'm not going to do any car boats on the stream, Liam. No particular reason, I just think driving is probably more interesting to watch. Cab signaling's gone up. Got to wait for the track to go up now. Up to 30. You like the 46, do you, Kincaid? Nice. Don't do what I did, by the way. Make sure when you run the 46, you make sure you pick the Morristown 46. It's functionally improved over the Trent 46. At some point, we really ought to get those fixes just copied back to Trenton, but yeah, make sure you pick the Morristown 46. There's nothing really wrong if you don't, and you accidentally get the Trenton one. You're just missing some of the fixes and improvements that are on the new one. Super Steve, yeah, we're on diesel mode. See, lots of poisonous gases coming out of the roof. No sparky connected. What's even more fun, I think, Kincaid, from what Eddie was telling me, I've not tried this myself, you can use the Morristown Out 46 on Trenton, which means you also get announcements on Trenton. Because it's already got all of the place names, pretty much, that are needed for Trenton. Obviously there's strong overlap with Morristown. Yep, you can change the traction mode. It's exactly the same Euro Not Found. You press and hold the fault button or raise the front graph. Exactly the same process as in the Alp 45. Try what, Liam? Sorry. Fault button is to your left hand side at the bottom. It's there's 3 buttons there. I think it might be the middle one or the right hand one, something like that. Yeah, it's the same process where you press and hold it until she starts talking, and then you press it for 3 seconds and then it does it. Got a restricting signal. Roll, this is the Alt 46. Sorry, 45. 45. What am I on about? 45. Oh, just... oh, my head's in about 4 places at the moment. Yeah, I didn't quite catch up with the access drop to 15. And so, because if you get an access drop, and the speed limit drops more than 5 miles an hour below your current speed limit, 6 miles an hour, you get an instant penalty. Right, we're good up to 30 miles an hour now. Now the train just likes to show me that it's the boss every now and again. Just in case I get any ideas about, you know, being any good. Alex, no sign of an Australian route at the moment. Still working on licensing things at the minute. No, an access failure above like 6 miles an hour is penalty to stop, Liam. So it behaved correctly. An ATC reduction is a drop, is penalty until we were compliant, but an access over violation is to stop. No, can't power up yet. The track hasn't gone up yet. Right, remember, even though this is a 75 limit, because I am driving in diesel, it's only a 60 limit. Electric trains can do 75, diesels do 60. So Brandon says. Stopping him. All the brakes on. It's fine, it's only a tiny station. As long as there's a coach in there, we're alright. He says there will be a coach left in the platform, right? It's all good. It's all good. This went perfectly and exactly how I expected it to go. Rolling the power up. Newark Broad Street is next. Hey there, Tintin, how are you doing? No, there weren't announcements. I think Meadows sometimes doesn't, because it's not a passenger stop, it's an employee stop. Track limit's 45. Flashing yellow. Back up to 60. Afternoon, Max on rails. No, at the moment you don't get a first and departing announcement, Liam. That's one of our known issues. Is the weather better there today? It seems fine outside. It's quite fresh. The wind seems to have died down. We've propped back up the chair that fell over. You know, we'll survive. Dr. Fenline, keep up the great work from Toronto. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciate that donation, Dr. Fenline. $27 to $67 now. Awesome. Oh, that means there's another one coming in. There is. The Realistic Aussie. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. I thought there was another one coming in. The amount seems to have gone up more than I was expecting. Thank you very much indeed for those donations, folks. Putting us at 2,767. Liam, I don't think it's based on distance from the station in Liam. It's in this line. It's more based on timing elements. Climbing a hill at the minute. Drop down to 30 for this junction here.
The next station stop is Newark Broad Street. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
go. Announcements. So when you're braking with this train, it's the left gauge white needle that you are controlling. Everything else slaves to that needle. So essentially, as you move the white needle down here, this needle will slowly follow it, and as this one goes down, so the brake cylinder will go up in relation to that. So when you apply the brakes, pop them in lap as you're coming into the station, and if you then pop it into service and straight back into lap, I did that too long there, but if you just pop it in straight out, you'll get a minimum service application. Now don't worry about this dropping off, that means that it's fed in blended brakes and the loco is no longer doing it. I'm going to stop early so I'm going to release the brakes. But that's just the blended brakes, at which point it cuts out the brakes on the loco, leaves them on the coaches, and we'll use electric brakes to stop the train. Or stop the loco at least. But when you're trying to use it, remember you're controlling the white one.
This station stop is Newark Broad Street.
Got all these people getting on my train. Right, now what we will do now is we need to put the pantograph up.
Electric mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds. Transition into electric mode started. Electric mode engaged.
Right, that's it, we're in electric mode now. Lock the doors. In a little bit, you get a 2-minute cooldown, and then we'll hear the alarms and stuff as the engine shuts down. Super Steve, thank you very much for the brakes. For the donation, much appreciated. Too much gassing, not enough getting on with it. Now we can hear the electric traction motors. Well, they were always electric traction motors, but you haven't got the engine revving up this time. .45. Tomcat, I've got no idea what the source of those voiceovers are. I doubt they're the realistic ones. Bring it down to 35-ish because we've got reductions in these corners anyway. You don't have to do that leaving Dover to Penn. Leaving Newark Broad Street into Hoboken, you'll need to do it, but if you're going into Penn, no, it's the electric all the way. Presumably they just didn't install a copper roof in Penn Station. That's it, that's the diesel engine shutting down. Oh, hello, Reese. AI generated based on reference you were given. There you go. That's what I would have thought. That was what I would have thought. 60 limit. It's time to get the boot in. Oh no, it isn't, because we're stopping in East Orange. Never mind. What's the carriage issue? Sorry, Simon. Which issue are you referring to being solved? Is this the wrong red issue or something else? By the way, if when you're power off you see this dynamic brake application on the front axle, that is correct. It's used as part of the head end power system.
The next station stop is East Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Do you know which safety system is controlling you? It's always the lowest of the limits. Right, so access is limiting me to 60, ATC is giving me maximum allowed speed.
This station stop is East Orange.
So if ATC dropped me down to a 30 and track limit was 60, then ATC is my lowest. Kind of doesn't matter what the system is, what matters is what's the lowest thing you're being instructed. Oh, the red issue on the overspeed resistance. Oh, that's good, Simon. I wonder what that was. That's weird. There's gaps between the carriages on the 378 while driving on West Coast Main Line South. Interesting. Is that the 4 or the 5 car or both?
The next station stop is Brick Church. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
This is going all the way, yeah, realistic, Ozzy. So most of the time your brake just stays in lap. You just put it briefly into a service to get the application that you want, and then let the train worry about actually delivering that brake application.
This station stop is Brick Church.
Orange. Orange, you glad I'm not making a pun right now? That suggests the formations aren't set up correctly, Simon, which is odd. think we've got another donation coming in, which doesn't arrive yet in the individual list. There it is. 2 in fact. King K, thank you for the donation, and Tintin, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated, both of you.
The next station stop is Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Is there any express services? So there's services which will run and stop at fewer places. So yeah, there are express services. I can't remember which one. I think it was 416 on the arrow, and it sort of stops for a bit and then turns into an express service. It switches into the middle lane and skips most of the stations from that point on until Newark Broad Street. That was quite a fun service, actually.
This station stop is
I think it was
Orange.
416 on the Arrow 3. Oh, we've caught up. The thing to do, realistic Aussie, is have a look at the timetable on NJT's website and use that to work out where the services are that have got a stopping pattern you're interested in, because these are all taken from the real timetable. I did it yesterday, Simon. I must admit I didn't look on the outside.
The next station stop is Highland Avenue. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Hey there, Lovecraft. How's it going? Braked too hard coming in there.
This station stop is Highland Avenue.
Hey there, Amar. How are you doing? Yeah, you're very well, Loppycraft. As you can see, we're at £2,833, which is phenomenal. That means we've done about £600 so far today, which is incredible. All for a great cause. Let me make a quick note about that Class 378. Right. Life's alright, Amar. Life's alright. Keeping busy. Got another donation coming in now. Elderly Naval, thank you very much indeed for that donation.
The next station stop is Mountain Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. next station stop is Mountain Station.
Yeah, well, there's not been any significant change to texture memory animal. It's something we're still working on. I think Series S had a memory improvement, but even that I don't think will necessarily fix blurred textures. It's a complicated issue, and if you throw more into the root, it will take up more memory. That's why we've changed how the layers work. We've still got more work to do, though. It's not an easy problem to solve, because you don't want to make the textures worse. You don't want to make the functionality worse. You don't want to, and you've still got to fit it all in memory. Hey, Valentina. Is ATC like the Dutch system? I mean, ATC and ATB, I think, have got some relationship in how they work. Yeah, not exactly, but. Mark, how long a stream? Well, to date, or so far, 3 hours 38 minutes. Probably running until about midnight.
The next station stop is South Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
.45 limit coming up. Got that one. Go. To be fair, the person using it for a feature is usually me, Liam.
This station stop is South Orange.
Fully understood, Animal. It is on our list to improve, and there isn't any improvement in the game at this point for that. Get doors closed. Maplewood. .45 going up to 60. Should be fine to just leave it to accelerate. Yes.
Pick one. That one?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, this is what happens when I leave the door open, everyone comes in. There's no security.
The next station stop is Maplewood. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I didn't want to jinx anything by saying so, but there is a distinct lack of four-legged annoyance in the room, it has to be said. It is a bit colder outside, so I suspect there's a degree of adjusting to the change in temperature, and then normal service will be resumed. Because not only that, I've got the door wide open the entire time, so the room is quite chilly. Well, it's 21, so it's not actually that bad in here, but that's probably because I've got this giant heater running. The heater called a PC.
This station stop is Maplewood.
Where are we off to next? Is it Summit? Melbourne, we've got a little way to go yet. Probably get burned doing that, to be honest. My PC gets quite hot. It does shift a lot of heat out of it, which is good. It's what I want it to do. Also, with where my PC is, it's probably really awkward to get on top of it, even for my cat. That, you know, if they wanted to, they would destroy the room to the point that they could do that if that was something they wanted to do, but so far they haven't, so I'm thankful. The fans on mine are all on the front, and also it just ejects tons of heat out the front. Speed reduction on ATC. Hey Elliot, Jerry, how are you doing? Which bugs are you referring to, Mr. Train Guy? I will probably confidently say all of the bugs have not been resolved. Probably don't even know what all of the bugs are. But so you'll have to narrow it down for me.
The next station stop is Melbourne. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I don't like the fans on the back PCs because in a lot of cases there isn't a lot of ventilation in the back of the PC, so it sort of you end up with this big heat mass behind the PC. Unless you've got something to get rid of that heat from behind the PC. No, doing alright, Elliot. We're at 2,843, which is actually really awesome. Lots of people watching, lots of people talking. Me making a complete hash of it on a regular basis. All good, all good. Certainly nothing that anybody wasn't expecting. We have no plans for a Class 50, Mark. I don't know whether one of the third parties might take up that mantle. There has been one in the past that was going to do the 50, but I think that got dropped. So, don't know. Hope so, but not from Dovetail, at least not in our plans right now. The coupler bug, I believe we have in hand. I'm not aware of the HEP bug. Can you make sure that's recorded, Mr. Train Guy, through our ticket system? To be fair, I think the team only test them with the passenger cars they're intended to go with. Short hills as opposed to long hills. Or gravelly hills. I thought about getting aircon in here, Amaze Toads, but I kind of feel bad given the amount of heat that's generated. I just feel like I should find a better way of dealing with the heat that's generated rather than just combating a heat generator with a cold generator. If I was to take something, you know, have a sort of a fan system that just blew you know, cleared the hot air from the PC out to a duct outside, would probably do the job, to be honest, because that's where all the heat comes from in here. I might have to look at that actually. That would probably solve a lot of problems. Although then, you know, in the winter I just need to put my heater on, so why not just have my laptop do it or my PC do it? I guess the summer is the challenge there, isn't it?
This station stop is
Yeah, we're aware of the
Short
coupler,
Hills.
Mr. Train Guy. Don't know. Something to look at, I think, Amaze Taste. Something to look at. But no, an aircon would come in useful in the summer when it's hot. Because what I find is in the summer I just don't play on this PC very much because it's just so unbearably hot in here. You know, the streams in the summer, at the end of the stream I'm sweating so much because this room has got so hot. But then again, if I disposed of the heat from the PC, then maybe that would do the job. I'll look into it and see what the options are there. I can't imagine it's that hard. I need to have a look on temperature sensor and just double check where the heat is actually going. Okay, Mr. Train Guy, if you can make sure those are raised in our ticket system, that would be really helpful. I'm going to forget them if you just leave them in the chat. Right, now we're off to Summit. A couple miles. still going up to something, aren't we? Speed come down to 45. Go on, Train Bunny, which steam train would you like? Here we are into Summit.
The next station stop is Summit. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
City of Peterborough. Oh, very good. That's Coronation, is it? No, it wouldn't be City of Peterborough. It'd be a East Coast Main Line train. Can't remember which one 73050 is.
This station stop is Summit.
I think a castle would be lovely on Riviera, Scott. I really do. No, there's no castles in the game already, Liam. City of Peterborough is a standard 5. Oh, okay. No, I like standard 5s. I like standard 5s and how they look better than a black 5, to be honest. I like the Riddles design. Just about 5 was set ahead on you. Yeah, it's basically a reskin of a Jubilee. The Castle sets is a nickname for the GWR short HST sets, yes, but we're talking about a Castle class locomotive. Oh, we've had a fault. Lock the doors. Anonymous, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. Green light to proceed. On to Chatham. Ed's been around this weekend, Amar. Why do they use the same name? I think possibly it's just a sort of a reflection on, you know, the importance of the castles in Great Western. Hey Joshua, how you doing? Am I keeping refreshed? Yeah, at the moment I'm still working on lunch. Hey Rebecca, how are you doing? Gladstone branch slinking off to the left there. 91 would be great to have a train running. We've got no plans to make one now, I'm afraid. Anybody went no at getting up this morning. I have that reaction many mornings actually. Got a nice hot choc and got home to find I was one of the Discord photo comp winners. So very good. Thank you, Mark. Glad you're enjoying it. I know the team worked really hard on that route. Well, they worked hard on all the routes, let's be honest, but I know everyone is. But you get to the end of the project, you're like, oh yeah. This feels good.
The next station stop is Chatham. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Oh yeah, we should probably put the brakes on, right? Sitting there gazing at the screen. You can either do that on our Discord, or one of the mods can also send you a link to the help desk, Mr. Train Guy.
This station stop
Well, that wasn't
is
bad. Look at that. See, what a perfect stop. That's not bad. That's not bad. I've done worse. Much worse. We're still on time though, so can't be bad. It would be funny to set the US office up in Chatham, wouldn't it? That would be hysterical. Or Rochester, New York. Is there a Gillingham in the US? I don't recall one. Amazed Taze, small donation for a splendid cause. Keep up the good work you and all the team do. Appreciate you. And not so subtle subliminal message. General. I'm not sure what you're looking for, Amazed Taze. It's not clear enough, I can't say. Thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated.
The next station stop is Madison. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I like how LNER brought the intercity livery back, Urban Fox, with a sort of a maroon tinge to it. I quite like that.
This station stop is Madison.
Josh, amazing work these guys do. Also, Matt, here's your train on time bonus. Give us a joke, please. Thank you, Josh. I will think of a joke. It'll be amazingly funny. There you go. That was the joke. See, now I can't think of any jokes. I'm sure one will come along. Probably be multiple, like buses. And then you'll be sending in donations saying, please stop. I think we might be onto something here. Convents. just asked GPT to inspire me with some jokes, and honestly, I can't do that to you all. I've got some pride. Those are bad. Those are just literally not good. Down for the 50 limit. What do you call a wolf who's been to college? A werewolf. What's green and got one wheel? Grass, I lied about the wheel. Come on, Emma, you get a free pass for one bad dad joke. Go for it. Floor is yours.
The next station stop is Convent Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Headlights have just flipped off. How's your kitty doing, Rob? Settling in?
This station stop is Convent Station.
What does a storm cloud wear under his raincoat? Thunderwear. Nice. There we go. Rely on BBK to appropriately adjust the tone. Right, we are off to Morristown next. Ever since the incident with the helium, my chemistry professor speaks very highly of me. Hey there, Train Track Trav. What's bright red and weighs 4 tons? An elephant holding its breath. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, it's all your fault, Joshua. Like I said, we'll need donations to stop it now. I was just looked up and saw the 6 and didn't realise it was a 4-digit number and panicked that we were almost running over the station. Kit and Kate, basically we were looking at where we could bring the route to realistically, schedule-wise, and we couldn't get it to Hackettstown. It's too far, the time required to build it. Dover is the next logical stop, because you know New York is quite time-consuming to build.
The next station stop is Morristown. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Train track trav. My dad jokes are the best. Girlfriend never sees the humour in them. They never do train track trav. They never do. It's a sad thing. It usually involves extensive rolling of the eyes. There you go, got a joke for you. Duck walks into a pub, waddles up to the bar, says, "Got any grapes?" Bartender says, "No, this is a pub. We don't have grapes." The next day, the duck comes back. Duck says, "Got any grapes?" Bartender, "No, like I told you yesterday, we don't have grapes." The duck comes back again the following day. Duck says, "Got any grapes?" Bartender, who is now quite annoyed, says, "No, we don't have grapes, and if you come in here asking for grapes again, I'm going to nail your beak to the bar." Next day, Duck walks in again. Duck says, "Got any nails?" Bartender's very confused and says, "No." So Duck says, "Got any grapes?" Right. Oh wow, we're really early here. It's an old joke. Morris Plains. Train hype. Hey there, David Drives. How you doing? Tanya and Sean, thank you very much. Says, please enjoy every penny. Thanks very much indeed, Tanya and Sean, for that donation. That puts us at 29.03. We now have less than £100 to go to get to 3,000. How incredible is that? Thank you very much for that donation.
The next station stop is Morris Plains. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Morris Plains.
Hey Andy, how are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. Wow. You sure I'm not breaking the speed limit a lot? I does not have cookies, I just have this. And now I does not have this anymore. Where are we up? Anywhere near Denville. Mount Tabor, Denville, Dover. Yep, there we go. What's next? Semmering Barn with the 4024. Well, what's next after this is a PNB. One minute. Now you need a nice cup of tea, train track Trav. Scott Powell. Wow, thank you for that donation. Much appreciated. That rounds us up to a very nice and even round £3,000. Round of applause to everybody. Well done. That's incredible. Thank you, Scott, so much. That's really appreciated. Hey there, RC Divisa. No. Get the doors shut. Oh, and another one. Andy, thank you for yours as well. Great cause. Keep the money coming in, everyone. Thank you. £3,050. Rocking it. I don't like Earl Grey tea either. I don't like Earl Grey tea at all. There's a Asian tea called Pu'er. Or something like that. I can never remember how you pronounce it. I like that better than Earl Grey tea. Despite the name. My favourite tea though is oolong green tea. Very nice. Three miles to Mount Tabor. Tabor. Oh, hi, Steam Trains Unlimited. Sorry, I recognise your name. I couldn't link the two together. What was my lunch? It was a iced coffee whey food bottle. Green tea, aka pond water. Absolutely. Oh no, nothing against pond water. It's good stuff. Pond water is. Yeah, it's been a bit. I haven't streamed a lot with being busy with TSW6, so now that's out, I'm let back out again, so I can do more streaming. Obviously, we've got the Special Effect weekend. I'm going to try and get some more streaming under my belt with my own channel as well. Try and build things up a bit there again. Because I've got high blood pressure at the moment, and one of the things I'm finding is that streaming, playing the game like this, is actually kind of how I relax. And I'm not giving myself time to do that. So I think that I need to, purely for medical reasons, you understand, I need to make the effort, make the time to do at least a couple of streams a week. Just sit and play the game, enjoy the conversation, and hopefully that will have a positive impact on my blood pressure. Me double. Is there anyone else hearing me double? .3,000 foot to Mount Tabor. Okay, might be something going on in your system then, Steam Trains Unlimited. I wonder if you've got two tabs open or something. I do that sometimes.
The next station stop is Mount Tabor. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
What problems are you having with the 87? I'm going to be doing the 86 later on. This is the station with only one platform, yes.
This station's...
So what would happen is if a train stopped in this direction, one of the doors would open up around here and they cross here to get to the platform. Look at that perfect stop though, you know, that would do. That would do. Except, you know, going in the other direction. In the timetable list it doesn't show up. On which route, sorry? No, I don't have the pacer planned actually, Emma. I overshot a tad. It's fine actually. Given that not all of the train is in the station, actually missing the loco is actually probably preferable. Well, I imagine it's because they couldn't get room to build a platform this side. Not without removing the road, and you can't really remove the road, and if there's a platform, we don't really need parking or anything, but even so, if there's a platform here, it's not going to fit, not to a minimum spec. The 87 doesn't show up in the timetable section of Preston Carlisle. Does for me. You're PC, aren't you? I remember seeing it when I was planning the stream and deciding if I wanted to do the 87 or 86. Have a quick look in the menu in a minute. And that doesn't matter whether layers are switched on or off, everything is still shown regardless of layers. Ah, no.
The next station stop is Denville. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Access speed limit is only 30. Yeah, that's a real puzzle, that one, if you're not seeing the 87. Do the scenarios load okay? Are you one of the scenarios with the 87 in it? Can you spawn the 87 in free roam? Duncan, thank you, Duncan Hodges, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated.
This station stop is Denville.
I'll show what I've got in the menu after this. Steam Trains Unlimited. We can take a look. Oh yeah, do you go in via choose a route or choose a train? Right, that was Denville. We got the Boonton Monton, I can't remember the blooming name of it now, coming in on the right hand side there. There we go. 30 limit. Choose a route, choose a train, right? Is it Montclair? Is that the other part of it? Is it Montclair and Boonton, isn't it? Remember rightly? 30 limit on access, hope until we're all joined up. $45. on ATC and on Access. Well, doesn't matter. I think Access limits itself to the ATC limit. Up to 60. Montclair line, yeah, that's it. Lovely lake over there on the left. Just going to get up to 60 and then it's going to say, you need to slow down. Speed down to 50 so that Access doesn't get grumpy with us. Have you tried uninstalling and reinstalling the Chatroom Steam Trains Unlimited? See whether or not that fixes it. Like you've got a bad package there or something, maybe. Because the 87 is going to be in the same .pack file as the root is. Well, before you do that, do the reinstall. We're just coming up to Dover, so that's the end of this run, and we can go and have a look. And then if you compare what I've got to what you've got, maybe that might clue us in a bit more about what's going on, perhaps. Got access to 55 for the next couple of miles. Oh, you've already opened the ticket. Okay, good. Someone will look there then. Right, we're going to get a drop to 45 and then 30, I suspect, in those two signals. Either that or 30 and 40, 30 and red restricted. Find out in a minute. 45. Drop the next one down to 30.
The next station stop is Dover. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
dropped to 22 or 20 limit restricting. Pulling into Dover. This always stresses me out because the red light is so close to the stopping place.
This station stop
I was putting it in lap when I
Dover.
thought I was putting it in service. I'm like, why isn't this thing slowing down?
Diesel mode requested. Press the fault reset push button for 3 seconds to confirm. Transition into diesel mode started. Diesel mode engaged.
So diesel engine's ready for the AI to continue it now. Right, let's just have a quick look at the menu. For Preston Carlisle. Timetable. Now, are you looking at Carlisle or military? I assume Carlisle. Because down here, I've got the 87 and I've got the 86. What are you seeing? Right, I'm going to go and have a quick PMB. I will be back shortly. Right. Let's get on. Actually, no, we should watch another video. Let's watch Colo.
Hi, I'm Colo, and I have been helped by Special Effects since 2020.
What does your current setup look like, and how much does it cost?
The current adaptive gaming setup that I use involves a guitar pedal board with switches on it connected to either an Xbox adaptive controller or 2 PlayStation Access controllers, and then a traditional controller in my lap. And I play with both controllers working together as if they were one input. So this is what the foot controller part of my setup looks like. So all in all, the cost of my controller setup to be able to play games on PC, Xbox and PlayStation is in the region of about £500. I think it's also really important to say that it's not just about the cost of what I use right now. It's not just about the absolutely can't put a price on it advice and care from Special Effect, but it's also about the equipment that we kind of trialed along the way that I just wouldn't have been able to trial without Special Effect.
What does Special Effects support mean to you?
I am so grateful for the help that Special Effect provided to me. When I was first involved and first helped by Special Effect, I was honestly really quite lost. Gaming is my job and gaming is my escape, and at a time when I needed to escape more than ever and have something that I was able to do, I wasn't able to do it. And the impact not just on my ability to work and engage with my friends and be on a level playing field with other people, but also the impact on my mental health has been absolutely phenomenal.
How was Special Effect able to help you find the perfect setup?
So the equipment that Special Effect were able to provide to me on long-term loan helped me not only figure out what worked for me and then send back the things that didn't quite work for me so somebody else could use them, but also enabled me to have the time to get settled with something.
How much does Special Effects support cost, and how is it funded?
And the key thing is that this is entirely free. Special Effects services are entirely free for everybody seeking help. It's covered by incredible fundraising, it's covered by incredible supporters of the charity, so people don't have to face these barriers to do the things that they love to do.
So when she says, turn the volume down, when she says incredible supporters of the charity, that's you, just to be clear. Thank you. Right, what are we doing now? Simmering Bond. No, we're only half an hour behind schedule actually, that's not bad. For some reason I thought we were much further. I've been worse. Uh, 4024 7505 R91. Good on me. Well, it wasn't that one, it wasn't that one, it must be that one. Wiener Neustadt to Mörserschlag. Dial up the fog on this one a little bit. Just a thought. Because it's probably going to be quite dark actually to get started. September 7 AM. Or October, sorry. Oh, not that bad. Not that bad. Okay. Now, someone remind me how we make this thing work. What we got here? Cruise, signal beams. I need to put that in. No, that way round. Horn, master controller, wipers. Instrument lights we'll have on. Train lights on. Don't want cab lights. Reverser forward. Doors are open. Good, I think we're there. Where are my headlights from? What's the headlights one then? Why I check those? Oh, it's probably on the back, isn't it? Up here. Battery, signal lights, headlights, OBB. Battery's ready. Is it? Where's CIFA then? Is it down here? Yeah. PZB, CIFA. That's better. It's coming off, and off we go. Limit here. NWRG production, hello. Right, where are we going? 8 kilometres. So we're on the southwest of this route, the Wiggly Mountain bit. We'll be going uphill until we get to the top, and then downhill all the way in. And then once we get to the sort of the bottom bit of the Wiggly bit, then it's straight, flat out express run up to Wiener Neustadt. We've got a lot of stops to do along the way. It's a lovely route, Matty. It's, I think it's the steepest or the highest standard gauge non-rack railway or something like that in the world, but certainly in Europe. Or the first highest or something like that. It has a claim to fame of some sort, but I can't remember exactly what it was. So 1216. Can't remember what we could. This was 1116 or 1216. It was 1116. I mean, technically, we probably could do a rack railway Lorenzo. We're just sort of falsifying the physics, essentially. It was the 1116, yeah, I thought so. The 1216 is It's an ES64 F4 or something, isn't it? 1216 is like quite different to the 1110 and the 11. Slow wipers on the Voyager move at the same rate as intermittent, but even in terms of there being the gap between the wipe, because intermittent would be slow but with a bigger gap, I think. But are they presenting exactly the same? This is Semmeringbahn, Mr. Fancy G's. Hey, it's off and on. Welcome back. If I've got TSW5 and TSW6 installed, if I go and buy DLC now for 5, will it also be for free on TSW6? Yeah, anything you buy on 5, you'll be given on 6. Yeah. One. Lorenzo, what next after this one? We'll be a bit a while on this one and then you're on Riviera for an HST run. I've just been given some food, so I am going to turn the camera off and turn my microphone on and off so that you don't have to hear me chomping away. Amar, it sounds like we're going to need to go to our engineering team and find out what would cause that to happen. It's very strange. What's the exact file size of your .pak file? That's Steve Jones. Right, I'm just going to start munching food. Turn my camera off. I'm still here. Munch, munch. And hopefully drivey drive. But let's not make too many promises, eh? Hey, Kyle D. Stephen Walker, thank you for that donation. Says Matt and all, I think you and DMG, BTG are doing such a good cause, very admirable. Well done. Thank you very much indeed, Stephen. Taking this up to an excellent £3,100. How awesome is that? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everyone. No, I've turned the face cam off from it while I'm having a munch. You don't need to see that. No one needs to see that. It's not pleasant. Oh, that really changed. Amar, can you try on installing the 86? And see if the 87 disappears. Right, coming into a non-coaching. Right, if I remember to actually put the brakes on, we'll stop. Stop here. Oh, that was nice. Nice surprise. Right, put the camera back on. David Martinez, no, the only routes with announcements are Riviera Line, Morristown and Dresden Leipzig, just the new ones that come with TSW6. None of the back catalogue ones do. Steam Chains Unlimited, do you have any mods installed? Glognitz. I think Glognitz is where the mountainy bit starts. Oh, Mac does, yes, sorry, I keep forgetting that ATS updated as well. Right, we're off to Glognitz now. Oh, we started at Wiener Neustadt. Oh, okay, I thought we started at the other end. Words are strange. 3 kilometers to Glognitz. Are the levels of complexity for controlling the trains? Only in the fact that some trains are more complex than others to drive. Like this one's quite straightforward with the safety systems turned off. It's a single handle. Voyager's a single handle. 802 is a single handle. Slightly more complex are the ones with dual handles. More complex still the ones with the manually lapped brakes. But the trains are all built like the trains are in reality, so there's no like easy mode for a train. They're all as they are. yeah, at the top end of the scale, you've then got US freight trains on slopes. Yeah, nothing easy there. Hey Reese, I'd like to say it was getting better, but it doesn't seem like it. The Wankster, if you jump onto our Discord server or raise a support ticket, someone will help you fix that. Oh, that's an interesting shout, JP. Check your filters and clear them. Subsonic, there is some shunting in the game, there is consist assembly, there's local deliveries, freight deliveries, there's all sorts of different things for different routes. Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me now. Well, it should have the same settings as it had before. I'll turn it up. Right, Payback Like Now is next. be a little bit careful of the slippy slips. It's quite powerful, this train. Let's not forget, while we're here, folks, we're here for Special Effect. We're raising money for them. If you're able to, it would be very much appreciated if you're able to dig deep and continue the donations. If you're not, that's absolutely fine. Just being on the stream and contributing to the chat, watching the stream is great. Oh, hello, freight train. Don't forget to do the usual YouTube likes and subscribes and all that nonsense. Yep, we're on the incline now. I saw that dono, yes, Liam, ages ago now. Yeah, the change of seasons is normally when night colds kick up. Super annoying. What the origins behind the name Dovetail? So we used to be based out of a building called the Joiner's Shop, and for those of you that know any joinery, a dovetail joint is a special kind of joint in woodwork. Also, it was about thinking about ways that we were going to bring multiple visions together for not just trains but other things and dovetail it into one strategy. So kind of the word dovetail fit quite nicely. Right, coming into payback like an hour. Liam, thank you again for the donation, much appreciated. 3110. I don't know the detail of that elm tree line. I doubt we own all of the IP of Kuchu. They still exist. Right. Lock the doors. Get out of Dodge. So I have closed the doors. Don't you give me that. Six still limit. Western Lights of Scotland was a fabulous route. But then Keith could always nail a route. Coop is next. Hey, Lord Secret Spy, how are you? Glad you're enjoying it, the TS Train Sim 6. Oh, those rays! Wow! A low sun and a little bit of fog makes a huge difference. The more I run the game with this setting like this, the more I am convinced it should be the default. How many people would think to turn a tiny little bit of fog on? You know, unless you decide you want fog. The other thing is, if you're driving at night, then a little bit of fog would give you the light cones under the lights as well. What was the issue, Itsukashido? We don't have any TSW6 t-shirts anywhere, I'm afraid, Wangster. Oh. Wow, that was red. Wow. One sneeze will do, thank you. Right, let's continue our journey upwards. Eichberg. What are we looking at? 1 kilometres to Eichberg. 1 kilometres. Nice, man. Yeah, get your plurals mixed up. It's difficult. I mean, we're Austria, it's a different language. That's why I can't quite get it right. I'm not aware of all the bugs, Mr. Shortslot. Perhaps you could be a little bit more insightful with what you think, what's wrong with it. I mean, I was just driving it; it only ran fine. Right, coming into Eichberg, platform 2. Off we go. Clam Shotwain. Or is it Scotwain? I don't know. The sun is going up slowly. So dynamic brakes don't work in the cab car in reality. That's completely realistic. Even though the lever is there, it's because it's a standard part they use. We got that from NJT. The dynamic braking when you're idling, that's prototypical because they use that as part of the head-end power facility. Axle 1 does a little bit of head-end power, dynamic braking to support the head-end power. Again, got that from an NJT engineer. Coupler disconnected is a known bug. We've got that one on the list to do. And yeah, the engine sounds, we did the best we could with what we had. I can't remember where we got everything from, but I know we worked with fan railer for a lot of audio on the route with the Arrow and the ALP 45. I think he mostly helped with the Arrow, I could be wrong there. But we rarely, we never get the opportunity for a reference trip with NJT hardware, unfortunately, so the option there is to just not do it. My understanding is the ALP 45 is pretty near spot on. It's not perfect, but from NJT engineers and other people that are, American enthusiasts that I talk to on the beta group that know this stuff, they're saying it's pretty close. Like I said, not perfect. It's got some minor issues, but nothing major. The missing dynamic brakes on the cab car has literally been raised, I think, multiple times. It keeps getting raised internally even, as why isn't it working, but it's dead on the real ones. Still got clear aspects coming up, still on the way up, 2.4% gradient, although this little 4-car multiple unit is flying up the grades. Limit, slightly sharper corners. Supposed to be stopping here, Matt. Put the brakes on. No, we've got no plans of putting achievements on routes, Chalky. It kind of the process for putting achievements on DLCs is just really, really complicated, and it causes actually a lot of problems for the whole deployment and release of routes. So that's why we've dropped it. Achievements are much better on the core game than they are on DLC in the way that everything works in the whole process. would like to get some more core achievements in. It does seem a little bit like you can complete it too fast at the moment, but then one of the other bits of feedback we get is if it takes too long, in quotes, to do the achievements, which I don't understand. I mean, some of the games I've got take years to finish all the achievements, so I'm in favour of adding more, but certainly not at the time being, at least. Hopefully my sniffles get better too. I'm getting tired of them now, Chalky. It started about halfway through yesterday's stream. Well, the other problem with the achievements is that they fundamentally don't work with the way that the rope migration stuff works, in that you either have to do them again, or we are specifically banned. You know, you're not allowed as a game developer to have anything which auto awards achievements, because there's mechanisms when you earn achievements. You get game points and things on the, or certainly on Xbox. So, you know, you want something that means that your achievements come with you from one game to the next, but they won't. Or they shouldn't, because that violates. And it just all doesn't work. It gets really icky. So we just went with a simpler approach this time around. It'll make deployment and release of routes a lot simpler and simplify that down. Well, I don't listen to those people, Emma. People who say that achievements are for console kids. That's nonsense. Total nonsense. Plenty of PC players hunt the achievements, otherwise Steam wouldn't have added it. Oh, hello. The emails, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. How do you mean, Liam? I love this route, it's just so pretty. Brightonstein, Brightonstein. If only there was a place called Londonstein, so we could go from Londonstein to Brightonstein. Oh, God, no idea, Liam. Not a clue. Been around for a long time, though. It's lovely, isn't it, Zolt? the main line to stop at Brightenstein. Hey there, Ibis trains. Nathan, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. There wasn't really a platform to bring achievements to before Steam, though, was there, Emma? I mean, I don't, I don't count the other launchers that were basically just retail spaces. Ubisoft, I can't remember when they started doing something with Ubisoft Club, but I'm sure it was after Steam did their achievements. But even then, Ubisoft Club is not really achievements. Do I still remember trains and routes from the Microsoft Train Simulator game? I think so. I used to spend a lot of time playing that. Fact. I've got some stuff up here. I've got Microsoft Train Simulator. I mean, I had the proper big giant box version of it, but I lost that ages ago. Because back in the day when I thought, I don't want that, get it out, it's taking up too much space, why would I want that? Then I've got this one. Who remembers Roundhouse? With my Deltic on the front, how bad is that? Oh, the Japanese with the Kia 31. I can't remember what that line was called now. Yeah, there's two Japanese lines. One was more city-based, one was more rural. Was that Bala Hub or something, Emma? So you won't need to produce the game on physical media? Don't know. Don't know. It's already pretty minor. Most players are digital now. Wolfsburg-Kogel. Yeah, in those days it was Ulf and Ernst, wasn't it? Ernst Kornapper, I think, on German railroads. I'll live, Ibbies. I'll live. Ulf, just you. There's no W at the beginning. $800 meters to the next stop. Hey, Tuxcat. '86 disappeared from TSW6. Somebody else has got a problem with 87. Have you got the 87 there, Peter? Sorry. Eish. It's just annoying now. Right, Semmering, which is the top. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. What does that put us up to? Come on, do the maths. Do the maths. Nope, not done the maths yet. Doing maths is hard, apparently. Oh, limited speed 40. $3163, there you go. Awesome, thank you folks. Steam Trains Unlimited, yeah, this is Semmering Bud. That's why we just got to Semmering. Just about staying on time still. I don't have the mastery unlocked, unfortunately, so you don't see the little train set up in the siding here. I really should make an effort to get the mastery unlocked on all the routes. Maybe I'll do a stream where I just do nothing but doing masteries. You unlock the mastery, it puts the, I don't know if it's a coach or a bubble car DMU or something in there. Alp 46 Service X630 on Morristown's good fun. ECS, adverse signals, all good stuff. Oh, nice. Tuxcat, congratulations and admiration for, hang on, raising a super amount of money, even with you sounding a little under the weather. Best wishes. Thank you very much, Tuxcat, for that donation. Very much appreciated. Right, 65. South Pin. Yes, indeed, it is Semmering Pub. Yeah, the sales are usually a good opportunity. Fortunately, Steam's we can do a lot of good sales on Steam, so moving from console to PC can be minimised in cost if you time it right on the sales. Good shout, Steam Trains. And now it's a braking exercise down the other side. Maybe there's nothing we can do about that. Basically, whenever we're invited to take part in a sale, as far as I understand it, we do. But it's very much up to Sony and Microsoft, you know, when they do a sale and who they want to take part in that sale. Steinhaus am Semmering. Right. Doors closed. Spittle am Semmering. Fly off back down the grade again. Going to ignore the TSR because it's not supposed to be here. Mr. Shortslot, this is Semmering Barn. We've got a warning of a reduction coming up. What's that? Oh, 100 or 60. Is that 60? I think that's 60. The limit coming up here. Can you send me a list of all of the DLC you've got, RC everything that's installed, and then I'll try and get someone to repro the issue. Are you on Discord, Steam Trades? If so, can you ping me a DM? What I'll do is I'll get someone to look in the source and work out what layer dependencies are in there, and we'll see if there's anything rogue potentially that might cause it to hide the layer. Well, not hide the layer, but prevent the 87 from showing up. It's really weird. I can't really think of anything that would cause that. Unless there's been a code change in the UI or something for TSW6 that's inadvertently causing it to not show. Possibility, but then I expect it to happen for everybody. Words of slag. Which I think is the end of the line. Yeah, it is. It's a very pleasant run, this. Wasn't specifically kept a secret any more than any other add-on is kept a secret, Riley. Marketing people like to have a specific way of announcing and talking about things, and in a particular way and a pace and so forth. It's marketing stuff. They're very good at it. We leave them to do their thing. Nextly is Riviera Line HST. I'll be driving to Uniform 32. Two yellows, which means expect 40 kilometers an hour. You can recreate the HST, but you have to use barrier wagons, MR. Then it works fine. Someone did it as a test. Don't know about the TGV though. Past this signal, expect stop at the next one. Ah, we're crossing over, hence the drop in speed. Boston Worcester, not Boston Providence. I was going to play Boston Boston Providence last night, but ran out of time. Right, coming into Merseyside now. Bye bye musical train. Yeah, the scales on the Taurus always sound good, don't they? Looking at chat, not looking at the game. When I go to Riviera, let's have a look. Yeah, I don't have the West Somerset. I've had the West Somerset one on there. I don't know why it's not showing. There is something strange about this UI, isn't there? Okay, interesting. I know that one was raised by someone a while ago. Right, so HST. I'm going to just have a quick walk around outside, freshen my my nose up a bit, and then we're going to have a look at 2U32 on the HST. So I will be back in just a minute. Well, okay, we're back. Riviera line in a HST, no less. Uh, 2U32 in August was what I had down. Okie dokie. Throttle, put it in forward. DSD, AWS, acknowledged. Let's get the doors open. Remember what's what, where. DRA. Day headlamp. How is everyone doing anyway? Scott, you have 3 BR blue rather than 2. Interesting. Does seem a little random at the moment. I need to get someone on that, figure out what's going on. Wow, you're cracking on though, Rob. Wow. You're recording the videos for it. Brakes are finally off, just about. There we go. Well, you're making really good progress if you're recording, editing and exporting. Riley, I think the remaster may come out before Christmas, but you didn't hear that from me. It may not, of course, but I think it might. It's time to engage Thrash. Is the 52 supposed to be playable if you have legends? I've no idea, Lee, how the layers are all structured, so I don't know the answer to that one. That one's best firing off to the community team, because they may have it in their FAQ. If not, then we can go and ask Tyler. I think the layer is Diesel Legends of the Great Western. If I remember rightly, it's Diesel Legends of the Great Western plus Preston Carlisle. Peter, when we set it up, the rear car is used for train heating. So I can't remember what that runs at. So effectively it's up here, and then once the front one catches up, then they go up together. I'm pretty sure that was what we understood for how it was set up. Have you got Preston Carlisle, Lee? Interesting. It was a long time since we researched the HST, Peter, so you're probably right. Train TS controllers, the AWS plunger, you can make it cancel the AWS and Deadman's pedal, right? Yeah, because you can. I think the AWS plunger you could just map to a key. I don't know, to be honest. When I get it, I'll be able to answer that question, but I don't see that being a problem. They do also have support for actual foot pedals if you want to do a DSD properly as well. I've got one of those too already. Yeah, well, I know we had the higher revs at the back. Well, I remember us definitely doing that, and I remember that being in there. I'm not seeing it at the moment, so I don't know whether the shorter consists have broken that. Definitely used to be a thing. Remind me on Monday, and I'll ask James to have a look in the Simut graph, and we'll see how it's set up. Do you notice a fault with the free camera, or it zooms suddenly close when trying to pan outside? Are you on a console, Ben? So, yeah, you're on a controller. Oh yeah, I'm away tomorrow. Yeah, when I get back from the trip, yeah. Assuming they let me go. Oh, Menace has just arrived. So on the controller, which is what the Steam Deck is using, there is a way to zoom in, and it could be that it's doing that. If you use the left joystick, it zooms. I need a video of it, Ben, to understand what you're referring to, because zooming is supposed to work. Yeah, okay, you're just going to get tangled in the wire, aren't you? Key. No, I don't need you on the desk. You'll just press the stop streaming button or something. Ah, there you go. Off you go. Ah, here we go. Oh well, never mind. We missed Ivy Bridge. Ivy Bridge is a misser. I'm going to blame the cat for that, right? Just to be clear. Don't mind, it means we'll be in making good time for Totnes. Oh dear. Oh, 802. It's the first thing I've station I've missed today. It's an opportunity to go for the guard to go back through and charge everyone for the extra journey they're getting to enjoy. Due to the presence of a cat on the driver's lap, this train will not be calling out, well, anywhere really. The next station is when the cat gets off the driver's lap. If there's a cat on your lap, Armand, then the train is coming to a stop if you've got a DSD pedal. Until such time as the cat vacates the lap and permits the foot to move again. Coasting along to Totnes. Don't forget why we're here, folks. We're here raising money for Special Effect. Just Giving link is down there, and we've got the link on the schedule as well. Moderators can give you a copy of the link if you need it. Great cause, really great cause, helping people of various disabilities to access video games, which is actually really important. It does kind of seem like the train's driving itself. It's really odd. Whether it goes a bit downhill or a bit uphill, it doesn't seem to matter. There we go. .8 miles for Totnes. I'm guessing that yellow is because of the approach release from red outside Totnes. Oh, my youngest got on the Overwatch esports team. Well done, Ollie. Cool, Nigel, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated, rounding us up to a lovely 3,200. Thank you very much, Nigel. See you later, Ruby Strains. Oh, look at this, we're early. Bet the passengers are really pleased that I'm early. They must be saying, wow, there's such a good driver on this train. The cat definitely helped, yeah, no, I owe it all to the cat, to be fair. Literally. Yeah, why is this not running high? How bizarre. I wonder if there's logic in one of the coaches that's not in the sort of formation that means it's not getting passed through or something silly like that. Emma, shh. Oh no, I know it's not working properly, Peter. I can see that. Oh, hear it. My gut feeling is it's something to do with the reduced formation. There's message passing not happening somewhere, because it was only ever meant to be used in a particular formation. Kakaro just switched from 5 to 6. Must say Dovetail have really upped their game. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Is there a ScotRail H? There isn't a ScotRail HST, is there, Urban Fox? Then it's broken at some point, Peter, because it used to be, I remember us going into great length about making sure that the rear made more noise than the front. So something's broken somewhere. I'll go back and watch the previous streams from when we launched GW, because I made a big deal about that on the previous stream when we launched GWE in the first place. Likewise, Peter, likewise. Cat's fault, Eddie. It's the cat's fault. Anybody who claims otherwise is being paid off by the cat. incredible, isn't it, Rob? Huge thank you to everybody. The passengers get extra train ride, Eddie. They should be paying for it. .900 yards coming into the loop now. Oh, we've got raiders over on Twitch. Hello, raiders. Who are we raiding from? Some of the same passengers were from the previous stream at 150 that still have neck pains. Yeah, well that means they went into it knowing, right? Right. Hey, Fullerton Ralph Anna. Will there be any more heritage railways in TSW? Nothing planned. I like the idea of doing one, but nothing planned. Fullerton Ralph Anna, this is my absolute favourite pullover. Not just, you know, I like the logo obviously, but it's just such a good fit, so warm, really nice. I got it from a Twitch event, a long time ago now, where they brought all the partners together and told us to behave ourselves or something like that. Rob, you did it again. Oops, I did it again. Right, that's it. It's all in your heads now, isn't it? Oops, I did it again. Good, excellent. Thank you, Rob. Much appreciated. Obviously, now we have 3210. You know, it's inevitable, really. Yeah, the HSTs are leaving before the end of the year, from what I gather, Eddie. Exeter St David's. What are you supposed to call it then, Peter? Jumper? Pullover? Top seems too generic. It's not a hoodie though, ECM2. No surfliner for the foreseeable future, no Philip. No, it's just a pullover. Jumper, whatever you want to call it. Alright, I'm old, damn it. I'm old. I don't think it's a fleece, because that implies a form of construction. It's just a jumper. I mean, jumper maybe? Pullover? Like I said, top feels generic. I don't know. Does anyone know what's happening with HSTs once Great Western finish with them? Are they up for the cutter? Mikey B, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. All the collisions on this route are annoying. I think the HSTs can only go really slowly in Mexico, can't they? They don't meet some requirement that means that they have to go like 30 miles an hour or something hideous. Double the fun 802. HSTs have got to be one of the last trains now that could make it to a preserved railway with them still being diesel. It'd be a crime if one doesn't get preserved. That would be good, at least ECM, but I'd like to see a preserved railway actually have one in operation. So if you had to choose one loco for each to represent US, Germany and UK, any era, what first come to mind? In the US, an F7. In the UK, don't know. Yeah, probably the HST actually in the UK. No, I still think there needs to be on preserved railways, Rob, because there's quite a large expense to maintain mainline certification, and therefore more likely that it'll fall foul. Whereas I think it's probably cheaper to maintain for preserved railway use and preserved railway speeds. What you do is you put it in a museum, but you cover it in tiny LEDs so that you can instantly flip it to different liveries. That'd be cool. Oh right, okay, they're too expensive. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. That was a while back now, Gav. Every time I think I can speed up, I can't. That's a tough question. Yeah, ICE1 or BR103 or something like that, Eddie. And for me, it's Intercity Executive and Merlin. Urban Fox. I love the Merlin livery. Wait for me, 802. Wait for me, I'm going through first. Peter, thank you for that donation, much appreciated. Knocking us up to 32.50. Thank you, Peter. No plans for Sheffield Doncaster at the moment, I can say. Valentino, I will get a waifu bottle after this and drink that while we drive the next one. Where is this? Bring over Woodhead route from Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield Victoria. I'd love to, but yeah, we generally find the modern routes are just more interesting to players, unfortunately. I do like that route though. It was one I had a lot of fun with. I particularly like the BR Blue version of it, the later release of it. The 506 was a ton of fun to drive. I mean the 77, is it, on that route? 76, 77. They're always a fun challenge. Every train is a good addition to TSW and some Real Studios. Every single train. This is Marsh Barton. Looks like it. How open are you to getting small developers into the game? We have a whole third-party team that's in our studio specifically focusing on doing that. Exeter St Thomas. I'm happy to accept that blame, Stoney. I'm happy to accept that blame. Us Rail fans got to stick together, yeah? In the face of adversity, otherwise known as our partners. Welsh Transport, I suggest you pop along to the roadmap. Hopefully we'll have some news there. Boom boom, all done. Right, that's that one. Got a gold on that one. It's probably because I missed a station still. Yes, it was a nice run. Alright, Boston Worcester with the 46. What service was it? 519. The problem with Preserve Railways is that, I mean, that's the big difference between the things that are good in the real world for railways are not necessarily the same as the things that are good in the game for railways, right? Because you're not doing driving gameplay when you go and visit a preserved railway. You're looking at trains moving around and you just want to see trains. Or if you're on the Settle and Carlisle going, you're looking at the beautiful scenery. Whereas when you're driving a train game, it's more about what you're doing as a driver. In which case the slow driving tends to, or in the case of the Settle and Carlisle line, rarely seeing another train makes it a lot less interesting. So it's difficult to try and marry that up. I find. See you later, Joffnon. Right, I'm going to go and grab a another wife food for me dinner. Be back in a sec. I won't turn the camera off this time. Back in a minute. Bye bye. Right. Right, okay. I think I might be finished sneezing now. Wow. Right. Drivers TMS. Do you mean where you pop up the screens and they don't work on a PS5 railway tunnel? Right. Let's put some cab light on this. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Red headlights. Right with ditch lights, yeah, why not? Pop the reverser in, put it in forward. Put all of the cab signalling on. Open the doors. Instrument lights. Yeah, I know the issue, it's on the list, railway channel. Yes, it'll get fixed. What have we got behind us here? All superliners. All superliners, all double deckers, multi-levels, bi-levels, whatever you want to call them. Coaches. Martin, I should carry on going for a bit, but I'm probably going to finish earlier than I was planned. Get an early night because I've got a silly early morning tomorrow. I also go for a walk actually as well. That seems to sort me out. Okay. Oh, generate a field switch. Ooh, good question. Where's the generator field switch? Huh, been a while. Been a while. Lead cut in. Those are all okay. Is it on the back wall? Yeah. No. Oh, on the roof. Oh, of course, of course. Reading lights, gauge lights, ground lights, step lights, marker lights, marker lights, marker lights. There it is, gen field. Shap at the moment is due about 8 o'clock ish. Bearing in mind I'm behind schedule, probably 9 o'clock. Well, I was thinking the same thing, Zolt, about the TSW2 on the ACS64, because it only just not that long ago came out on the HO gauge ACS64 from Bachmann, and and when it came, I'm like, wow, was it really TSW2? It took a long time. I do like the mix of singles and doubles. Yes, 86. I think somewhere upstairs in the loft, Ben, I've got the Dapol Virgin Voyager, which was Super Voyager. One of my dad's models. I think I've got just about all of his N-gauge stuff upstairs somewhere. What do you mean, Ben? The odour's lovely. How is the storm where you are, Peter? It was pretty bad a couple nights ago. Friday night, I think it was here. I say pretty bad. I mean, in Kent terms, pretty bad, meaning it was gently blowing. Chief Longship went to ECML yesterday, some pancreas, I think 700 running reduced speed. Never been one being blown about so much, wow. We shall have to see how the weather and how the trains are tomorrow. My trip to Paris is delayed. Doesn't sound like it. pretty sure Trouble's here again. She won't. I'm not going to let you distract me again, Trouble. You ruined my perfect driving. Yeah, there she is. You. Natick Centre, 13 miles away. Oh, right, we're express for the east half of the route. Limit. Mikey B, yeah, Ben outdid himself this year with the music, didn't he? Absolutely brilliant. Little while before we stop, so let's boot it. That's a nice hole. Well, I mean, you couldn't just merge Review Line and GWE Router. You'd need to also build a third route that joined the two together. I have no idea what the first train I travelled on, Mikey B. That was a long time ago. We've got no plans to do Steam for the time being, RC Divisor. I've no idea, to be honest. Chris Hill? Need to look into it. Well, Liam's been working on the GW remaster for quite a long time, like, you know, probably a good couple of years now. But that's because he's working on it in his spare time as and when, and there was a few months even there where he had no time to work on it at all. Oh, another anonymous donation, thank you very much. Puts us up to $32.93. Oh, so close to 3,300. It's tickling 3,300. Driver, I hear that a lot of people asking for an ICE4. No plans at this point, unfortunately. 5 miles. Normally, Liam, I think so, yeah. They are what they are, to be honest. Yeah, Review Line is really good, isn't it, Chris? Seeing a lot of people enjoying that one. What's the D word, Peter? We've had another donation come in. A non-trivial one. Paul Wilkinson, keep up the good work for a great charity. Thank you very much indeed, Paul. 33.43. Thank you, Paul. Oh, you mean the one with a triangle-shaped engine? Another anonymous donation, thank you very much. That bumps us up to 33.53. Very much appreciated, thank you. Oh, Chris, thank you for that donation. Oh, hey, Trent Simplay and the raid. Literally the first time I've seen a raid from on YouTube. Coming up on Boston Worcester. We're coming into Natick Centre. Those of you that are joining, this is a charity stream. We're raising money for Special Effect. You're very welcome. Hey, Train Simply, how are you doing, sir? Special Effect are a charity that fix up hardware and come up with ideas to make it to where disabled gamers can game and can enjoy what they want to do. It's incredible the work that they do, it really is. It's all free, so that everyone can enjoy it, and they're only funded by donations from people like you and me. Why is it 30 miles an hour? It feels like about 10 on this route. This is because this train is so high. Need to be on a small English train where I can feel every sleeper under my butt. Oh, you're doing better now, are you, Trains of Play? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. And yeah, it's gone really well over the weekend. Hey, Magnus. No plans for Danish Railways at the moment. Yeah, Lear 2 is the one with the safety systems forced on, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where they normally advertise their services, Peter. I'll have to ask them next time I see them. Because I must admit, I don't really see them much outside of the, the interactions I already have with them. I don't think we have any updates coming for Swirler Groningen. Doors are closed. Where to now? West Natick, just round the corner. Yep, 8 hours and 7 minutes so far, Max. Couple of miles to West Nedick. Don't think so, Liam. I think these brakes are just really screechy. Very good, Magnus. Been sitting playing trains all weekend, so can't really get any better than that, can it? Yeah, I'm thinking, Jason, 10 PM is there or thereabouts, which probably means after Preston will probably be the last one. We'll see how time goes. See you later, Tux. Thank you for everything this weekend. Metrolink, this is an HSP 46. When the game wakes up. I'm really struggling to judge distances on this one. See you later, Matthew Bateman. Yeah, I'm on Boston Worcester Metrolink, but you can also get the HSP 46 for Boston Providence as well. Bowl the kettle, Jason, yeah? Yeah, it's got the flag correctly on the side, look. Stars always lead. Where to now? Framingham. First add-on for TSW6, I believe, is Birmingham Crew. Find out more on Thursday. Where some of the services turn around and go back. Boston Framingham services. This is a Boston Framingham Worcester service, if I recall. That's Framlingham, Liam, not Framingham. Got a Rattleston, yeah, that's not far down the road from where my dad is. In fact, I think the phone exchange was a Rattlesden phone number. ECM2, thank you very much for the donation, much appreciated. 373. Oh, you know what, with all this 373 nonsense, how long till the chat starts firing up on that nonsense, eh? Thanks, ECM2. Hey GWR Phil. Just ignoring the TSR because again it's invalid. He says he's ignoring the TSR and then basically he's already going underneath the limit, so it doesn't actually matter. Kyle D, another great record. Yeah, another great weekend for a great cause. Good job, Matt. Thank you, Kyle, for that donation. That's much appreciated. Stop being annoying. I was going to say, Emma, if you talk to anyone from the northeast, they probably know Worcester. But it's not as bad as Lugabrugger. That's my favourite one. But then I don't know how to say half of the place names in the UK either, to be honest. Half the time they don't sound anything like they look. Coming up on Ashland. See you later, Liam. Well, it's like most of the station names on Tees Valley, I need a translation guide even for English people. Southborough. Not aware of any updates on TS Classic, so Jersey Rail Productions, but I'm largely out of the loop on Train Sim Classic. I seem to recall there's a place in Massachusetts that its original Indian name, Native American name, is enormous, along the lines of Clanfair PG. It's not a railway station name, but I remember when Mum and Dad went out there to visit, they sent me a photograph of this huge sign. Driving a pink train, Mr. Train Guy, so... Westborough. Rip it and rip it. Get out of the station. Got 6 miles to do. Having a little bit of fog definitely sets off any visual. It looks so much better, doesn't it? A little bit of switching going on there by the looks of it. What am I driving? HSP 46. Crux and Lois. On the Boston to Worcester line. Oops. I flew too close to the sun. Now I've got a penalty brake on. All for the sake of the speed limit dropping to 60. It's alright, grip it and rip it. Two miles to go. 2 miles to go. Ooh, wibbly wobbly. I've got no idea, Tim. None at all. Hey, Tom Dixon Kennedy, welcome to the stream. Right, this is Westborough. Grafton and then Worcester. Crux, yeah, PC. Yeah, it came on sort of halfway through yesterday, annoyingly, Tom. It's a bit better now than it was, but I'm not going to play through the full stream I was going to. I'm going to probably end after I do Preston. We'll see what time it is when I finish Preston. So I've got 2 more. Just I'm going to do a Dresden, Leipzig, and then Preston, and then we'll see. I'll see what time it is. I've got an early start tomorrow. It's lovely, isn't it, Betty? I have no idea what the process of becoming ambassador is. Your best bet is to log into our Discord and talk to a community manager. Grafton. Big shopping mall here, from what I understand from Si. Or am I thinking confused with Cambridge? I think I'm getting confused with Cambridge. Oh yeah, there's always something going around to pick up, Peter, totally. Oh, I'm coming out of Worcester. Just in time for us to go in the platform. That and schools, Peter. Primary schools in particular. Well, we're coming into what's probably the last couple of hours of the stream. 2 to 3 hours. So remember why we're here. We're here raising money for Special Effect. That's where most lurgies come from, Peter, to be fair. Riley, Thursday's the roadmap stream, yes. I thought it was going down to 55, it went down to 45. Train guy, Thursday. Thursday. Titan Cameraman, next is Dresden Leipzig, and after that is West Coast Mainline Preston. Rob, I appreciate that. It was my pleasure. Yeah, I've got a bit of a cold this weekend. Hopefully it'll clear itself for tomorrow. Today has just been 8 hours 51 minutes so far, Titan Cameraman, but then there was yesterday, which was, someone remind me how long yesterday was? About 13 and a half, 14 hours, something like that. Hopefully this doesn't bring me down to restricted. Never get there at this rate. Oh, it is going to as well. Oh, shut up arguing. Hey, Titan Cameraman, it gets to whatever it gets to. At the end of the day, we're raising money. Titan Cameraman is indeed. We're just coming into Worcester. If the signal should ever let me move. Because there's a red up here, which is probably because of the go via. But just to stop everything blocking into here, but it's all clean, so it's also irrelevant. No, free starter pack is for the 6 weeks since it was launched, Titan Cameraman, so definitely if you want it, don't wait. About 90 minutes this journey in total, Crocs. Hopefully this will let that red light upgrade. Yep, there it goes. Riley, I've got not a clue, I'm afraid. What happens with discounts and sales is a different department to me. And to be honest, if I did know, I couldn't share it anyway, so. Still good for 30. Passengers don't weigh that much, Crux, so even a fully loaded commuter train doesn't really make that much difference to what a train's capable of hauling, so you don't really feel it that much. It does change the weight of the train in the game, but the reality is you just don't feel it. Let things slip? I would never. It was always Chair that did that. Do you mean the rain effects, Titan? The rain and the snow, yeah. CSX locos by the dozen on the left. And this is Worcester. We got there eventually. It's good, isn't it? Gee, do you think the rail tracks used to come in here at all? Right. Oh, we platinumed that one as well. We've gone up. I think I started this week on a level 100, didn't I? Right. Okay. I'm going to have a quick PMB, and then I will come back and we'll do some Dresden. Back in a minute. Right. Oh, hello, anonymous. Another anonymous donation. Thank you very much. 3414. Superb. Thank you. Right. Bit of Talent 2 action. Nice easy break. Leipzig. And we are running 18309. Okay, power up, doors open, need some safety system madness, ESRB and CFA, headlights, train lights on, dimmed beam on, instrument lights, eye over here. Acquainting myself with what there is in the cab, put that in forward. See you later, Titan cameraman.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Priestewitz. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Dave G, thank you very much for that donation. Very much appreciated. Nice, nice number play. Oh, 34, 36. There you go. Thank you. Right, we are off up to Priestwitz, which is the first station after we get off this little branch line. Would that be you, Londo Spark? totally paying attention. Dropping down to 60. Starts here at the signal. Be a reduction for this silly tight curve.
Nächste Station, Priestewitz. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Crossover onto the right hand side. I always felt that was a use case they missed on the dock, Londo. Having a way of watching YouTube on it, and Netflix and such. Niederau is next.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB 31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Niederau. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Until we're back over the junction. Yeah, the laptop I got for work, Londo, is for its size, which is basically it weighs nothing and it takes up no space in the world at all. It's far more powerful than it deserves to be. I mean, it runs TSW, you know, very, very good speeds. It's got like a 3080 on board or something daft. 4080, 4070, I think. I can't remember, something along those lines. It's no slouch. And yet this thing is absolutely tiny. I see, mine's got a tiny little screen because I don't want a big screen. I used to get the laptops with like the 17-inch screens, Londo, but I realised that I hated carrying them around. So it's a I think it's a 1440 screen, Either that or it's a 4K, I can't remember. Might be 4K actually. But it's only like a 13-inch laptop screen. If you try and upload it to the Creators Club, it will probably get taken down, Mr. Train Guy. Yeah, the reason I got the smaller screen, Londo, is because the vast majority of the time I use my laptop. It's not when it's mobile, it's actually more of a portable workstation. And when I go somewhere, I'll plug it into a screen. So at work, I've got my desk, I've got monitors. At home, I've got monitors. And the number of times I'm actually out and about and I need to use it, it's very rare. And on those occasions, the little screen is fine. And I just thought, I don't need to have a huge laptop. Most of the time, my laptop is closed, so you can't even see the screen. Yeah, it works well actually. I'm glad I went for it. Oh yeah, you can do what you like with this on your own PC, Mr. Track. I know one will know it's there anyway. Turnip Gaming, I'm going to make a random assumption that Nitro 16 gives you a clue as to the screen size. It is impressive what you get in a laptop though now, isn't it, Londo? There really isn't any actual compromise anymore. It might not reach the great heights that a desktop can do, but most of the time you don't need that.
Nächste Station, Niederrhein. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Welcome back, Liam. That's another good use, Andy. The other thing you can do with a laptop, no matter what the spec, is use something like Xbox Cloud Gaming or the GeForce Now Cloud Gaming. because then it doesn't really matter what spec your machine is. Most matters what internet connection you've got, obviously. Oh wow, let me know how you get on with that, Rebecca.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden. Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Weinböhler. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Liam, my experience of desktop PC upgrades has always been disappointing, but that's because I will invest a lot in getting a PC that I don't need to upgrade for several years, but by the time the machine is starting to sort of, you know, like when my Chill Blast machine sort of started to get a bit ragged around the edges, there was nothing you could upgrade to it without basically replacing it. New CPU, new RAM, new motherboard, GPU needed replacing. So at that point it's like I might as well just get a new PC. But if you buy at the bottom end of the range, then you generally find that you've got loads of room to upgrade. I was helping someone buy a PC, and looking around at the stuff, we managed to find a machine which had a brilliant motherboard, relatively low end at most other things, and the machine had bags of room for him to upgrade it later on as funds become available and so forth. So that, yeah, it's hit and miss. It depends what you buy. There's no guarantees though, because the other option we were looking at for PCs was slightly cheaper, but from what I could see, had very little upgrade opportunity in it. So you've got to be really careful. Coswick.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden. Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Postweg bei Dresden. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
There's not a lot in it, Dandy, to be honest. I went Intel. Oh, Anonymous rounds things up, kind of. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Means we've busted 3,500 though. Awesome. So my PC I got was an Intel, but my work PC and my laptop, I think. Oh, no, my laptop's an Intel, but my desktop PC that I used to use at work until it died was Ryzen 5600X. It did really well, actually. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for the donation. when the benchmarks, when I was looking at my PC, Turnip, Intel was faster, but there wasn't much in it. Cost-wise, they weren't that much in it. And that's why I went for the i7 14700KF. Sorry, I tried to get to the mute button, but I didn't get to it in time. Right.
Nächste Station, Postweg bei Dresden. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Talent 2 at the moment, Liam. I figured there ought to be some sort of talent on the stream. You can tell because Penguin's sitting here. From Wallace and Gromit, yeah? It's the hamster cheeks. Oh, okay, interesting, Tony. It's time to rock and roll. Let's get out of Dodge.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Radebeul-Naundorf. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
That's where we take the we swing over to the right and go into Dresden via Friedrichstadt. Because we didn't make it, Mr. Train Guy. Simple, really. Every livery takes time to make. Radebeul-Naundorf is next.
Nächste Station Radebeul-Naundorf. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
60. I don't need to say where we're going anymore. Say it for me in a minute.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Niederwandern. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Judy, don't believe so.
Nächste Station Niederwandern. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
John, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I have read that Intel are kind of in trouble at the moment, and AMD have always been the upstart, to be honest. They've always been the one chasing Intel, innovating in all sorts of different ways.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Kossebaude. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
No, I think the Ryzen is when AMD turned the corner. Ryzen is when all of a sudden they had a really, really strong competitor, a really good price, really good performance, to where there really wasn't any kind of you know, the AMD processors before that were kind of budget processors, and you got what you paid for. Whereas the modern Ryzen is actually a really impressive CPU. You know, there was a time I would never dream of recommending AMD processors, but these days it's very much a see what's in the machine that makes sense for you, because an AMD processor, you know, is a very good chip. Hey there, Aeronautic. I mean, by and large, when I was last looking at it, you could categorize Intel CPUs as core gigahertz was faster, and AMD were more threads. So if you had some operations which you could thread the heck out of, then an AMD would wipe the floor with an Intel. If you had operations which you couldn't multi-thread as much, you would generally do better with an Intel CPU. But I don't know how true that is today. Because I don't think Intel have got anything to compete with the Threadripper, have they?
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Dresden-Stetsch. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts. Nächste Station Dresden-Stetsch. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Well, I think the key thing is if they both solved the problem in the same way, they'd probably be identical. I know with Unreal Editor, an AMD CPU is definitely better. It chews through things like shader compilation like nobody's business if you've got, you know, 32 cores or more. I stopped building my own PCs, Peter. I just get someone else to make it, like PC Specialist.
Herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Dresden-Chemnitz. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
I came to a realization one evening when I was trying to fix a PC that had gone wrong. That my goal in life was not to spend time building PCs. My goal in life was to use PCs. So
Nächste Station Dresden-Chemnitz. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Oh, time to go.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Dresden-Kotta. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Oops. Thank heavens for staggered platforms. No idea, Liam. I presume it's down to the needs of the local area. Yeah, they probably couldn't put the station there because of that building. And with the station here... Oh, don't know. I would have gone over there. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably where the building, the main building, fit best on this side. Dresden Friedrichstadt.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Dresden Friedrichstadt. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Oh yeah, stagger platforms are not uncommon, turn it.
Friedrichstadt. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Urban Fox, thanks for a great weekend and what an amazing amount to have raised. Thank you very much. 35, 25, 15. Thank you, Urban Fox.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RB31 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Get out on the right. Good night, Evan Fox. Thank you for everything. Join the main. No, that yard wasn't accessible. It's one of the new bits. Pretty much everything from when I was at Coswig to now is all new track. Do I miss Sam? Yeah, of course. I quite enjoyed working with him. He's a different take that was clear and without any nonsense, shall we say. That was quite fresh. It was also really bloody funny. So.
Nächste Station Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
I think a stream with Sam would be quite fun. Pantograph dropped just as we get into Dresden. Yeah, I was really happy to see where Sam was now, Londo. I imagine it's just up his street. Right, that was fun. I enjoyed that. I always enjoy that route. Right, Preston is next. Preston. 86. We'll go for blue, actually. Yeah, go for blue. And I'm doing 1 mic 33. That's what I thought. Is it 16 now before I went up? I can't remember. Londo, the 86 is an underpowered 87, meaning that it's a bit more of a challenge. The 87 will climb quite, will speed up quite nicely, whereas this one you have to be a bit more careful about how you accelerate it. Right, we're off. Thought for a minute I hadn't set them on yet. the road to Settle and Carlisle down there. I'm using the 8 camera Cypress, not 3 camera. 3 camera is limited to how far I can get away from the train, so that. The 8 camera can fly it anywhere you like, no limitations at all. Definitely not a hint for Settle in Carlisle. I don't see it ever turning up, to be honest. Paper Train Cabs UK says, great job, Matt. Thank you very much for that donation. Paper Train Cabs UK, much appreciated. Settle in Carlisle for me is a very pretty line that's incredibly boring to drive. There's almost no services on it. It's really, really quiet. So, I don't know. It feels difficult. It's like it's mostly 158s, and even then it's like 1 an hour or something really terrible. Hey, 35, 55, 15. Very good. Oh no, I get you, RC Divisa. It is stunning due to the landscape. But I don't know if that makes it interesting to drive. You know, all the feedback I've had when I've talked to people has been, you know, without them saying in so much in direct words, the routes and trains that they enjoy are busy with other trains. Like, as a train enthusiast, what you want to see is trains, not trees. All on. So when you're not driving the train, the AI drives it, and the AI is not using the same physics. So the AI is just literally making it go a certain speed by magic dust. And for us to make it to where all the AI trains actually drove the train realistically, it would be quite hard, but we did start looking at that in the early days of TSW. We actually had AI SD40s driven by an AI that actually knew how to drive an SD40. It's pretty cool to watch, actually. But it meant that you could have precisely one AI train moving at any given time, otherwise it was just using up too much resources. So we had to have a backup way of doing it. No, AI trains don't use safety systems. They don't need to. AI trains are perfectly good at seeing everything that there is up ahead of them, and they will never hit another train. Thanks, RC to Miss Sarah. I will try and look at that over the next 2 or 3 days. AI spad you to maths errors usually. What a sneezing is tired. I don't have a fever, I don't think. Just annoying sneezes. They come, they go. From what I can see, Peter, we are a long way off AI that used to scare anyone. The most scary thing about AI, in quotes, that we have these days is the stupid things people are going to do with it, misunderstanding what it is. But we're not anywhere near Skynet territory yet. Richard Ridge, the 86 or 87 that it comes with is a bit more complex than most, but you can get the hang of it. I think you can also run the 47 on here as well. But yeah, older trains generally are a little bit less user-friendly, shall we say. Yeah, I've still got a little bit of my dinner left. What happened to UK Train Sim? It was costing me a fortune every month to run, sending me broke, so I closed it. I think it cost me money for about every month for about the last 12 months of its life, if not 18 months of its life. I kept it going as long as I could, but after it drained everything dry, it had to go. I always said I'd run UK Train Sim till nobody wanted to pay for it anymore, and that's where it got to. Nobody's ever said that before onto YouTube. Never. That's really strange. UK Train Sim was my website, Matty. I set it up in around 2001 to sort of coordinate the community. It always makes me smile, Peter, when people, you know, bemoan about how when people bemoan about how questionable some of the responses that the AIs like Grok and ChatGPT give, and certainly in the earlier versions. It's just like, oh my God, it went on about Hitler and it did that and it did the other, and I'm thinking, you do realise that these things were trained on the likes of Reddit. So you're basically staring at a mirror. Yeah, that's what these things are. They're trained on the things that, you know, we as a society have shared on the internet. It's now consumed, and then basically ChatGPT becomes kind of the embodiment of the personality of the internet. And it's like, okay, enjoy staring into that mirror. Well, ChatGPT, I think, was trained on Reddit, Amarillo. I don't think that's much better. AI didn't choose the wrong ones, or aeronautic. That's the thing. You've got to remember, AI doesn't know these things. Humans pointed the AI learning sequences at various repositories of text. We are a long way from sentient AI. At the moment, you've just got a best next word picker. That's all most like ChatGPT is. It's a very, very smart algorithm that will tell you the most likely next word in a sequence. Doesn't surprise me, Rhode Island. Glenn Doig, smashing it, amazing stuff. Thank you, Glenn. 3605. Wow. Thank you, everyone. Reese, this will be the last one of the night, yeah. Night, Reese. Thanks, some Welsh bloke. Thanks a lot. That looks really nice. Liam, thank you again for that. Much appreciated. It looked more like a furnace of some sort, aeronautic. Not a clue, Emma. I don't know this route very well. It kind of had smelter sort of feel to it to me. Scorching down the hill. Yeah, you can see when I put the brakes on, it's blending in the electrics. So if I put the brakes on now, you can see the electrics blend in. Yeah, Liam, there's the two usual cab changeover and AWS levers you've got to pull on the back wall. Don't know, Liam, don't know. I don't think it does one of them, no. Let's get some more power on. Dan, great cause, Matt. Gaming should be for everyone to enjoy. Also, get better soon. Thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate that. That brings us to 36.41. Awesome. That's phenomenal. Little overzealous on the gas. I'm going to ignore the TSR because it's nonsense, and I may be a bit of a rebel. No objection from me, Emma. Aeronautic, this is a German TSR from Leipzig, that's why I'm ignoring it. Because of the bug with the TSR system. No, this is miles per hour, remember, aeronautic, and Germany's speed limits would be in kilometers per hour, yeah. Other way round, Emma. Oh no, whatever will I do, turn it. Yeah, doing great. Bob, this is a 86. No plans for a 195 or anything, no. Stuttering is unrelated to frame rate. Oh, hello. Segment 4 completed, Rob. Nicely done. Freight train's got a tail. $15 miles to Lancaster. Getting there. Of course I'm still streaming, it's only been 10 hours 38 minutes. Bob, most UK trains have analog speedometers. Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. Even when they make put the speedometer in a modern train, it's normally an analog speedometer on a computer screen. I mean, ETCS is a digital display with an analog speedometer being rendered by the digital display, so almost all new trains use that style of doing things. Yeah, the GWR 802's got the still got the old ATP speedometer. Welcome back, Paul. Good morning. How are you? Yeah, I'm doing fine, Paul, just sneezing a lot. I haven't checked what train times are. My Eurostar is at about 9:30, so it'll be pretty early. This is the last scenario I'm doing, Bob. nothing official SVR Steam. I know of one person who is making their own model of it. Cream crackered. It means knackered. It's Cockney rhyming slang. You won't find me in a Tesco dinner anytime soon, Emma. Crap out of me. Yep, same idea, Bob. We get to Lancaster platform 4. Hey, Robert Lilly. Feel as rough as a pacer. This is a long route, yeah. It's only halfway. Ian the selfie kid. Right, 21 miles to the end of the stream, folks. Good chance to get any final donations in if you've got anything hanging around that you want to donate to Special Effect. Be about 15 minutes by the looks of it. Quite a few, I should suspect, Matty. Right, got the speed limit. Speed up now. Tell you what, the 86 is tough to accelerate. Oh, we're going up a gradient, that's not helping. Compared to the 87, which is a rocket. Better. We're moving now. Aeronautic, whichever airline's the cheapest, I think. Or the most convenient. 166 predates the livery designer significantly, Simon, that's why. Thank you for that donation, much appreciated, rounding us up to a nice 36.50. Jason, I've never spadded, so I don't have this experience. Yeah, if a red light goes past me, it goes off for the tea in the business. So, exactly, it's all perspective. Hey there, bad dog. Yeah. Need to run down anyway. That's better. I'm back. Sorry, Bob. .8 miles away, so we'll run down now. Yeah, that's the idea of most days. So get the Javelin to St Pancras and then the Eurostar down to Paris. £7 shy. Who's got £7 that's just doing nothing? I'm not sure Ashford and Ebbsfleet would really help me that much because getting a javelin up to St Pancras or to Ebbsfleet, there's not that much in it. Hey, no problem at all. Unwind and relax. Anything is very, very much appreciated, no matter how small. It's all good. See you later, Scott. Thank you very much. Interesting about the differences in the volume. Oh, hello. Amar and GWR Phil, thank you very much, both of you. Put us up to the 3700 and a little more besides. Thank you very, very much. Just got to wait for the number to catch up now. I'm sure at some point it will, maybe. There you go, 370646. Thank you so much, folks. Oh, it's the way Just Giving's algorithm works on their API. Sometimes you get it this way and sometimes it's that way, and it gets it there eventually. You'd think it was just simple maths, but no. Tech Bro's got to make it hard. Thank you, that's incredible. Broke £3,700, that's really impressive, actually, really impressive. That's the goal, Peter Evans. I'm going to probably go and have a bath after this as well, because that usually sorts me out. Should have done it last night, didn't think about it. Yeah, there'll be another DTG there'll be the 250 from DTG onto this, putting it to 39.50 plus gift aid, so it'll be well over her 4,000, well over. Oh, this is my birthday. You know what? I have a bath whether I need it or not once a year, but Bob, it's. I have showers mostly, Peter. Baths are not very good at cleaning, but baths are very good at relaxing the soul and the body. Are you watching, Jason? Just in case you need some tips, right? they go. Go away, AWS. That was someone screaming after they realised who'd been driving them. Superb. Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I'm really and Toxic Shadow, thank you very much for that last donation, just rounding us up to 37.10. Superb. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here for the last 2 days. It makes it so much more fun talking to everybody and playing the game, and for all the donations. I know what situation everybody, everybody's in, the economy's in. That makes this all the more important and all the more valuable. And I know Special Effect will appreciate it as well. So thank you very much for everything this weekend. And look out for the final total on the Just Giving. I'll put a Facebook note up as well. All right, folks. Thank you once again. Bye bye.